Hope everything's good. I'm running a little late. Ran a little late. Gotta get. Go. All right. Get music up. Office hours. Music. There we go. All right. Hello and welcome to an Office Hours live stream. My name is Paul, Berserker 1, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub. All right. Close this out. No. Yes. All right. And then I'm going to pull up the streams. There we go.
Hi.
About halfway through the video, so let's get to the office. Hello. Old Man Ascendants, welcome. Welcome, everybody. I'm wearing some stuff because I have to wear it again because all my stuff's in the laundry. Gotta be washed tomorrow, so. One more hour. All right, Diablos. Old man's in scene. Old man in scene. Okay, I get it. Jangbo, Zarek Masters, Eminence, how you doing? Eminence is eating good today because he's got Star Citizen Squadron 42 and he's got a season 2 of Eminence in the Shadow, which is, I hear, hype as shit right now, so. Hey, Radar Echo. Brian, how you doing? Shifting gears. Bite well. Pernip. Yes, you did. It is feature complete. So, as a lot of my tinfoil hat predictions are, I was sort of right. They didn't announce the release date for Squadron, which is I'm happy about, but they did announce that they were effectively entering beta or whatever polish phase means. That's the only thing that's a little bit nebulous. Is they're like it's now feature complete and entering the polish phase. The problem is, the fuck is polish phase mean? And you cried seeing Chris cheer up, yeah? Hey, Sfer, how you doing, buddy? Horseshoes, hand grenades, and fighter sims. Hey, Simon Wolf. Oh, you're from the Eldritch being that is Ohio. The true final boss of America. Oh. Well, it's the phase that didn't happen with Cyberpunk. Yeah, that's true. Or they only had a year of it for Starfield, and they needed more. Hey, thank you so much there, Dreadringer, for that 9 months of VIP support. Good evening to the best bartender in the verse. Thank you. I just finished the YouTube talk with Space Tomato. Great timing. I did too, as I was setting things up. I was watching that video. Reminds me, I gotta lose more weight. I'm always going to be a big dude, no matter what. I just don't want to look like a couch. Look like a literal potato when I sit down. Nice, Yubi. Nice, yeah. My voice isn't dead in this one, so it's gonna be a little bit easier. Question I tried to ask yesterday, but I fell asleep during the stream. After CitizenCon, what was your feeling about the state of the game's development? Possible release time frames for beta and full, and we're at both. Where we're at for both Squad 42 and Star Citizen. Hey, Space Games. So I'll give you the basic gist of what I think is going to happen. For Star Citizen, we're still a ways away from beta. I think CIG is waiting for a lot of those technologies to be finished and matured before they reach beta. Though I think once we reach 4.0, we won't have a 5.0. We'll have a beta 1.0. And that beta 1.0 will likely be Probably the last iteration of dynamic server meshing. Oh yeah, it sounds a lot better. Like some throat lozenges and not screaming all day has helped. Well, they'll have to like designate what it is, but in my experience, it's feature complete is what beta means, not content complete. And feature complete is all of the features that they intended on a 1.0 release to be in. So server meshing, all of the different professions, all that kind of stuff. So we'll have a beta. We just won't have an official release. Forgot to get my helmet out. I'm gonna go get it here in a moment. It was good to meet you too, Trouble Magnet.
$89 Digdug just resubscribed for 22 months. Hi Paul, thanks for all the fun and knowledge.
The 89 Digdug, thanks you much for that. That's support. Let's see. How many months was that? 22 months. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Any pedestrian. You rock. Trust and cheers and chat. Hey, Mopar. Oh, yeah, it was very, very there. Hey, Joey Nova. Good to see you again. Yeah, quantum economy and stuff like that. Yeah, so what I think is, I don't think CIG is going to do a release. And I've mentioned this. I actually said this to a couple people live, like in person. I was like, I don't think we're going to see a release. I think we're going to see a beta stage where they just stop wiping, because there's just some lawsuit potentials which I don't like, and I think CIG knows. And it's not that the lawsuits will matter, because they won't. CIG will win them, because just the nature of how capitalism is in general, but also kind of the nature of them is just people being shitty little fuckheads. Which is, they promised 100 systems at launch at the Kickstarter. And so people will be like, well, we'll start a class action lawsuit because you launched the game and there's only 5 or 10 systems. So this isn't what you promised, so you failed to do this. So we're going to sue you, because some people won't rest until Star Citizen is punished or something. I don't know. And I think that alone is enough to be like, yeah, let's just not call it release. Let's just effectively soft launch it.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
I got some sleep last night, see, Daddy?
You can take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Right. Gotta get my helmet. They're not really AI-generated planets. They're AI-generated, like planetary formations, like land formations and such.
Randir_Lom just resubscribed for 18 months.
Thank you, Randir, for that 18 months of support. You're very important, Papa, very impressive, Pennsylvania pedestrian. You rock, trust, and choose in chat. So, I won't be honest. Asmongold is not my favorite content creator. I am not a big fan of him. I don't like a lot of his views on things. So I don't like to give him views. But the fact that he's reacting to Squadron 42 was a big deal in terms of catching the normie audience who think this game is a scam. And I think a lot of people who think this game is a scam saw that and went, oh, that's why it took 10 years. It's like, yeah, that's what we've been saying. It's like, it's fucking difficult to make these kinds of games, and they're absolutely insane. So yeah. Hey, a tip.
Lunam, super short at $7.41. Hi, Paul.
Hey there, Lunaria.
07.
Thank you for that. The Canadian $10 Canadian.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
As long as they spelled the name right, Dell. As long as they spelled the name right. It doesn't fucking matter.
Just __name_cha. Just resubscribed for 7 months. Stop dancing. Just rest smiley face.
Too bad. Too late. Thank you so much for that. Just a name change for that 7 months of support. You're a very important pub, a very impressive pisser, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, exactly. I'm of the opinion after seeing CIG where there's so many of these things that like and seeing their numbers go up. I'm like they're just thrice ending affecting. They're thrice end affecting. Well, it's not really the thrice end effect. I'm just gonna start calling it the CIG effect, which is the more you try to prove something's a scam, the more it's going to gain money because you're just giving them reputation. I don't even know who that Asmongold that is. Asmongold is a content creator who's been around a long time on Twitch and YouTube, and is a former MMO like he did WoW. I think this is where he got his big start. So it's been a while. So. Hey, Sir Harold. My only experience with him was him being very mad because I was part of the teams that did New World streams, and I think he was a New World stream, and he shit talked New World, and then didn't get access for beta, and then didn't get access for the live release, early access for the live release, and he got mad. He had to pay for it instead of getting it for free. Well, for a scam, they're working really, really hard to make a game. Well, that's the thing. It's like if you try to call someone a scam and it turns out to be either more nuanced or just straight up not a scam, you're just giving them like money. That's what you're doing. Free advertising. As long as you write the name properly, you know. There was always a mismanagement narrative, but I think even this management narrative is more or less a misnomer. It's very much the mismanagement narrative is very much a misunderstanding of the situation. Because let me put it this way: I know enough people who work at CIG to know that they're treated very well by the corporate office. They do their best to help them out. They do their best to pay people the right amount of money. They do their best to give people time off when they need it. Like, they bend over backwards to make sure that people are happy. And everyone I've talked to who's worked for CIG and has even no longer worked for CIG said it's their best or one of the best experiences they ever had working in the video games industry. So when I hear that, and then I see people being like, they're mismanaging things, I'm like, no, they're not. they're just taking it slow, and not trying to overwork their employees and all those sorts of things. Like, that's the difference. It's like people are like, well, this company does this. It's like, yeah, that company burns its employees out like it's cordwood. Like, it's nuts. So. You get former CIG people show up at Bar Citizen. Yeah, why would they show up at Bar Citizen after they've worked on that? So, yeah, crunch. CIG, I'm not saying CIG doesn't do crunch, but if I remember correctly from the last time I talked with people about crunch is voluntary and it's overtime. And almost always everyone volunteers for it because they're insane. Because, like, these are people who are earnest believers in the project, and they've done their really good job of kind of cultivating employees who are willing to believe in the project, who think it's going to work. And as a result, they get a lot of hard work out of folks like that because they believe in it. So. Another thing more about it is that apparently they're on the low end of the average for pay, and honestly, I think they should be paying primo to keep people. They're low end on the average, but they make up for it with a lot of the time off, paid time off. They even have, like, I think a week per month they can work from home. really good like medical benefits and other benefits. Like they generally have good benefits, which sort of outweighs the pay because they don't have to worry about it as much, all the other stuff as much. So, and they also almost always have guaranteed overtime. So even though they get paid less, if they want to make more money, it's pretty easy for them to make money. So. I was super surprised how tall Morph is. People are like, Paul, are you short? I'm like, no, Morph is just a giant. Star Citizen content creators are like either average or huge. There's like, I don't see very many short kings in Star Citizen content community, but there might be. They're just so surprised how tall people were. Crunchy is huge. Can't wait to see the Zeus lore video. It's coming out. I got to do some other stuff first, though. If server meshing in tier 0 deliverable state, if so, first quarter, no, it's not in tier 0 deliverable state. It's in prototype state, but it's working. So it's a matter of, at this point, and this is the really big issue that I think a lot of people don't realize, what they're trying to do is optimize server, the right amount of servers per shard, because servers are really fucking expensive. And they don't want to overuse the servers. So they're trying to figure out a way to produce static server meshing that's not going to break the bank. And they want to try to optimize that as much as possible, because when they get dynamic, that's really what dynamic is designed to do, is to optimize servers so they don't have to pay for as much. We do need PES. I don't know if we need server meshing for persistent hangers and habs. We need replication layer spinoff, probably. That Badabit team said they're paying 6 figures a month for their servers. Yeah. Bet some of those Star Atlas defectors might be thinking they made a mistake. Not really. I mean, like the reality is if CIG, if the positions opened up again at CIG for those positions, they would probably reapply if they wanted to, and they'd probably get back in. The video game industry is very incestuous, and I have literally seen CIG developers leave CIG, go work for another company, and then come back to CIG. So it's entirely possible. As long as you don't leave on a bad note, as long as you have good reputation with your company, very rarely do I see people lose. Once you've proven you can march through the mud and do your job still, they have you almost can never not have a job in the gaming industry. The only problem is that most gaming jobs are very brief, so you don't have a lot of stability long term, which is CIG does nicely. But at the same time, fucking 11 years is a long ass time to be working for one company. So like I've been teaching for that long. To give the context, I started teaching at 25. So that was 3.21. I haven't played it since I got back. We had one client offer we charge $70K a month for hosting and support. Yeah. I don't know if I don't think you're going to see every hangar as its own server. I don't think that's going to happen. It's just going to be an instanced in the sense that it's going to be shucked off away from the rest of the content, so it can be pretty much anywhere you want it to. Back in my grandfather's day, he stayed at the company for 11 plus years, but today it's closer to the Enterprise's 5-year missions. Well, it's also, if you're an artist, like if you work in the video games industry, it's asking a lot to devote yourself like really hardcore to a project for this long, because, People have other things they want to do. They want to move. Like say you're a junior level designer at CIG right now. If you are, hi, welcome. Thank you. I'm talking about you. Imagine what it would be like to stay a junior because there's no open positions for like 3 years. Now, like 5, maybe 6. Maybe it takes you 8 years to be able to get from junior to senior level designer. That's a lot. That's a big ask. If there's not places you can move up. I've known CIG developers who left not because they didn't like working for CIG, but there was no growth opportunities. Like they couldn't move up in the field that they want to move up in, and so they found a job somewhere else. It's that kind of thing. So. Hey, 1 minute grower. How you doing, buddy?
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my spacesuit.
Yeah, they made a lot of money. They're only like 4% behind 2023 now.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Anchaleen 2901 just resubscribed for 2 months.
Thanks for the 2 months of support there. And calling me to 2901. You are a very important pupper, very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, yo. Shots and cheers. So I'm gonna get back to the video here. I'm gonna go get
Underscore hole just discovered the meaning of life. Where is my 42 months used ship?
it's in the mail. Thank you so much for that 42 months of support there, Ashhole. Hold on, I got this other one. Come on. Come on.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my spacesuit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
The Dawn FA show just resubscribed for 3 months. Wonder how many people are checking out the PTU for the first time. Would be a great time for a free fly.
Trying to turn on sound alerts for you, so. Maybe, but I don't know. I think they're going to do a free flight. I'm surprised they haven't done a free flight for CitizenCon. They usually do, so they might have to do it for IAE. Someone asked, Captain Chikara said, as someone who picked up the game design in the last year or so, I know nothing on the scale of what CIG does. Making text boxes is scary for me sometimes, let alone all the stuff CIG does. The key is what I learned a long time ago is very few game developers will actually like hand create code from scratch all the time. A lot of it is copy pasted or other aspects. It really depends on what your field is. And game development is a collaborative project. It is a very collaborative project. It's collaborative art. So if you wanted to do art, you can do art. If you wanted to do UI, it's possible to do UI. Like there's lots of different like elements of development you can do that doesn't touch code. So.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Or very lightly does.
Northern Trooper just resubscribed for 4 months. Had a great talk with you, albeit it was short. Felt that even with a 2-day con, there wasn't enough time to catch up with everyone. Until next time, cheers, North.
Thank you, Dorn the Trooper, for that 4 months of support. You're a very important pub, very impressive pisser, very new pedestrian. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Everyone wanted to talk to Paul. Streamers, fans, and devs. I went in there thinking I was going to be one of the smaller creators that no one really knew about. And I ended up being up there with Burks and Zero and Avenger and Gabs. I'm just like, I like me and Zero equally, like I keep saying this. I think there was one point where me and Zero were walking to go get something, I think, together. We were checking something out. And we kept getting, like, I'd get pulled aside because someone would talk to me, and then he'd get pulled aside because someone would talk to him, and it was just this back and forth and back and forth. Yeah, and getting that shout out from Jared. I mean, thank you, Jared. I don't know how many of you are only watching me because you saw me, you heard my name mentioned by Jared on CitizenCon, but that was a really nice one. Ruffan, thank you so much for for hanging out, buddy. Thank you for that. I really say this whenever I talk with people and they're like, I really love your work. I'm like, thank you for watching. I'm just a madman in a room. I'm a madman in a very small room who makes content. Zero is as chill in life as he is in online as he is in life. So we don't know a lot about the scanners and radar. I think that the sizes matters more in terms of range and power. Congratulations, Paul. You've gotten to the upper side of the Pareto distribution. I have no idea what that means, but yeah. To be fair, you have this niche completely cornered. Everyone who doesn't watch you probably still knew about you. Was it the pre-reg with Paul? Was a few folks behind me. He was talking a lot of posts, said my screen name, and I said, good luck in fight or flight. Yeah, I remember that, yeah. Listen, you're the lore. You're the Lord of Lore and the Lore Daddy. I know. I pass your name around to people that want to know more about the background of the game. It always happens. So, but again, I'm a big believer in and this is cliche because it's always a community, but also in collaboration. So while I make content, I don't make content just for me. I make it because I want to make it for people who want to watch it. Baseball, you're someone who people look up to. I really appreciate you making time to autograph my poster and shake my hand. Yeah, it was fine. It was good. Diablos gave CIG 2 Hurston statues, and the community team has proceeded to molest them. Diablos is the one who made them. He printed them out and painted them and all that kind of stuff.
My spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can
never, ever
take away my space game.
Oh yeah. Didn't the armor scare the shit out of Xylo?
Puppy_1775 just resubscribed for 11 months. Thanks for all you do.
Space America. Thank you so much for that 11 months of support. Almost a year there, Pappy. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very needed pedestrian. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. There's a video on Twitter of Xylo like showing like he was going in to check to make sure there weren't any stragglers, and he looked and saw armor, and the armor, and he thought it was a person. He just scared the shit out of him just standing in the cafeteria. And so he recreated it to show like what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like a person just standing there going like, it's like fucking nightmare shit. Xylo looking good these days? Yeah, he's looking great. By the way, Paul, whose statues of the Hurstons did he make? Archibald Hurston, the first Hurston, the family founder. Oh, thank you, Raider Echo. I like your content because you're passionate about what you do, intelligent about what you talk about, and you're really you're on the hopeful side of realistic with a good attitude. I think everything's going to turn out great, but I also think that CIG overestimates their own timelines. That's about it. And it's not because I think CIG is bad at timelines. I just think that CIG always, and I mean always, is ambitious with their timelines and don't take into factor the fact that their employees are human beings and will take breaks. I'm glad that they get those breaks, but like summers and winters, like come December, people can take the time off because they want to see their families. You know, January can be the same. And then, you know, from July to August, a bunch of people can take the time off because they want to see their families, which makes sense, you know. No families, only server meshing. I'm salty tomato her historian. Ooh, a salty tomato. Sounds good. When do you think we'll finally start seeing more org stuff, like org jackets, emblems, and org perms for ships and party perms? They need to get, they're starting to work on that now. Like, the party perms are starting to be a thing. But they need to get more, I think the detached, replication layer needs to be detached from the server. I think that's a big part. They definitely need more work on like resource management and stuff like that too. So, hey, Pink Floyd. Lore needs a Letterman's jacket. We do. No, we need a suit. We need a suit jacket with a pin. I'm going live every day this week except for Friday, I think, and I'm probably gonna still go live on Friday, but I'm gonna train for some PvP stuff, but I'm going to watch some of these things. And Saturday, we're not going to have a captain's table. I might stream when I normally do the captain's table and just watch stuff because I got to get through a lot of this stuff. But that's because not this Saturday, but the next Saturday, November 4th, we're going to be doing a 24-hour live stream for charity for Doctors Without Borders, Medicon Sans Frontier, MSF, and raising money for charity. And we're going to talk about CitizenCon and just generally the year of Star Citizen with a bunch of content creators. So, when do we get whip gameplay? That's a good question. Yeah, Doctors Without Borders is a good group. So. Does the money made from Squad 42 count as funding, get put back into more Squad 42 episodes or Star Citizen? It's all the same bucket. It's all the same bucket. I mean, like, the reality is that work on Squadron up to this point, it was the same as work on Star Citizen because the features were always going to be passed from Squadron to Star Citizen. Engine work, the same thing. So it all goes back into the same project. So like Squad 42, the money will come from Squadron 2 will come back into the bucket. So some of that money will go to Star Citizen. Some of it will go to the next episode of Squadron. It just goes back to CIG. They don't really make a distinction between those two. And, you know, you got to think about it like this. You know, a dev like, I would say Bethesda, but they don't make a lot of games, like mainline games. Well, hard to sell. There's plenty of developing teams that make 2 or 3 games at the same time and then release them at different times. Like, the money that made by one game doesn't just go back to the development team that made that one game. It goes to the whole company, which then helps support the other game's development as well. So. Suggest it, Mason. If you suggest it to CIG, they might actually do it, but I'm not much of a voice actor. I'm terrible at it. I do this live and I kind of screw up a lot. When I have a script, I'm so bad. I'm so bad at it. I don't have that stuff, so. What do you feel about Twitch officially sanctioning dual platform streaming? You've been doing it for so long now. Well, it was never illegal, but it was until they recently made it illegal. And then and the fact is I didn't I didn't do it because I pioneered it. I did it because I saw a bunch of other Star Citizen streamers do it. I'm like, well, they're doing it. Fuck, I'm gonna do it. So I'm glad that they finally made it legal, made it allowed. It was a good move, but off topic. My partner hadn't tried every flavor beans. I gave them a box, and after they tried soap, I warned them off vomit. I told them it was worst grass, black glass, and black pepper. And they walked in and told me that they're suing me for emotional damage. They tried vomit. Damn. Are we talking about you acting as the best Redeemer pilot in Star Citizen history? I hate all of you. I've already said that if my lore ever got sanctioned by CIG, it would be I already put myself in there, but I didn't say Paul Shelley. I said Saul Shelley or Saul. Yeah, Saul Shelley is what it is. So like Saul, like every Better Call Saul kind of thing. Oh, I figure it's 143 is on the way. They just love biting off more they can chew and forgetting that they haven't swallowed the last bite. Not really. I mean, they have the script, and I think they have some of the aspects. They may have some of the performance capture for it, but it's not like in production. The thing that's also important to remember is that Squadron 43 or Squadron 42 Part D or whatever, that the second installment of the Squadron 42 series isn't going to need the same kind of work that the first one did. They won't have to rework flight mechanics or build Gen 12 engine renderer or cloud atmospheric like shading or new lighting technologies or any of that. Like, they don't have to do that because they'll already have it built. So the only thing they have to do is maybe improve some things here and there. They can reuse a lot of assets. Like the F7A ain't fucking going anywhere. The Bengal ain't going anywhere. Once they have that done, it's done. And the way they're building it is they're building all this stuff for Squadron and for Star Citizen. So it's not like they can like lose it. So think about it like Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3. Mass Effect 2 and 3 were built on the same engine, and you can tell that because the turnaround time was much faster. They just didn't spend enough time in Mass Effect 3. But like the rifle, the rifles and the armor didn't change. The meshes they were using for that are there. The models still existed. They just did some touch-ups here and there, but it's mostly the same. So. So it's one of those things that, like, I don't see CIG taking nearly as long or using nearly as much resources. The real thing that's been holding back Star Citizen is server meshing, not anything else. It's just all of these other nice-to-have features, which have been prioritized for Squadron 42, are now going to be making their way into the universe, which is nice, but they're nice-to-have features. It's not like pushing the game forward. What's my lore in Star Citizen? Like, my character's lore? Character's lore is pretty simple. Grew up in Magnus, went off to join the Navy, did the fore and out, disillusioned with the UEE, ended up going to try to open my own bar. That's the goal. And I'm new to this channel. What updates we've seen at CitizenCon will be coming in Q4 this year? I don't expect base building. No, not base building. Base building doesn't start development until Q1 of next year. But almost all of the Star Engine stuff, like a lot of the stuff that's in the first day, a lot of that is going to be in 3.22, which is may or may not make it, but it's going to be in that patch or the patch after that. Is your name Quark? I don't know if Quark joined the military, but maybe. Bro version of character customization, UI, map markers, but not sharing or selling, loot changes, new Mobi, yeah. I didn't see Anna. I didn't see her. If she was, I would have said hello, but Why no UEE Navy player characters in the PU? Because they don't want you to join the Navy. You can still work for them as like a contractor, but that's set aside. The like military stuff is set aside for Squadron. So. I'm sure she's working. She's a working actor. She's got a lot of other roles she's doing. Plus, she's also doing the streaming thing, and it's expensive and time consuming to do it. So unless CIG paid her to come, I wish she probably wouldn't come. Yeah, the Navy is Concord from Eve. It's going to be used to adjust people's behavior. Adjust people's behavior with railguns. You know, she'll probably go to the Manchester one, almost certainly. Yeah, if the Marines show up, that's when you know you fucked up. You fucked up. You have fucked up now. I think I had one of those. I don't know if that's still there. Oh, I don't have that announcement anymore. There used to be an emote as avoid like a sound emote. You have fucked up now.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I just want to be an advocacy agent by day, freelance merc by night. Then you'll be CDF. That'll be your thing. Because that's what CDF are advocacy agents. They're civilian versions of advocacy agents. That's all. They're like volunteer sheriffs. Ah, poor Army. Electromagnetically induced attitude adjustment. Yes. So the UE has an Army, Navy, and Marines, and they're all three separate branches. The Marines are still like half and half. The Marines do work as the Marines do in most navies today, as like the ground pounding guards and such for ships, but they also have their own ships. They have their own bases. They have their own facilities. They have their own fleets. So they're kind of like a combination of Marines and Special Forces is really what they do. Fleet does the flying, Army does the dying. Yeah. What we really need, we really need is the Army needs to be terrifying. Like, I want a high-tech version of the Imperial Guard. I want like the fucking sun to be blotted out with the amount of ships that come at you with the Army. Like, it should be, the Army doesn't show up to attack you. The Army shows up to control you, to just settle down and open up whammer shops around an area. Because that's kind of how armies are today. Like, you don't use the Army to deal with instant problems. You move the Army in when like a lot of shit needs to be fucked up. Like, there needs to be things that are going to change. Yeah, they're more static in defense, and offensively they would be the same. So slow, long logistics chains, large bases, but we don't really have a lot of information on the Army. There's nothing unique about the Army. Like, they have Novas, you know? Okay. So does the Marines, so that's why I'm a big proponent of mecha. But I like big walkers, obviously static artillery, mobile artillery, APCs, infantry fighting vehicles, repair vehicles, and what I call the attack helicopter, which is basically a ship that doesn't have a quantum. So it replaces the quantum engine and the quantum fuel with just hydrogen. So it has to be transported where it goes, but when it goes there, it's just rippling with guns, like missiles and guns and everything. It's got a fat shield generator and a fat like power plant. It's an oversized beat stick, but it's not going to be maneuverable, and it's not going to be very fast in terms of going places. But if you get within 10-mile radius, you're going to die. So, how was Pyro? It was good. It was nice. It's Stanton. like the atmosphere is definitely not Stanton, but there's a lot of the gameplay was most of the gameplay was basically just Stanton. The same old UI and everything. There was a couple new things added, which was nice, but there's very little lore that regards the army, which is the reason why I'm saying it. Where's the Star Citizen equivalent of a knight from 40K? Apparently, Chris is not a big fan of mecha, so I'm like, damn. The closest thing we have is the Titan suit, but that's more of a power armor. That's more like a Marine power armor, like a 40K Marine, or like a Spartan suit, or like a Fallout 4 power armor, that kind of thing. C1, Storm, and SRV are committed for 3.21. This is the 3.21 at IAE, or will it be the 3.21.1? Probably both are the same. Sean Tracy is too, but... is anyone else looking for preparing the Endeavor with the Zeus and conquering some blue people for their miracle ore? At 3.21 is already out. So we'll get a 3.21.1 or .2, but I don't know what that's going to look like. Did you see the Asmongold watch Star Citizen? I did. Keep Titan suits. Even just for loaders, they'd be very helpful for like loading and unloading things, especially with the with all the changes they're doing.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never.
No, I didn't see anything about missiles. No.
Take away my space game.
Do I think Star Citizen deserves Game of the Year at completion? Whatever year comes out, probably. But I mean, I don't think it will, because it's kind of a niche.
Squirrel_winter just resubscribed for 2 months.
Thank you so much for that, Squirrel Winter, for that 2 months of support. You're a very important public, very impressive pisser, very neat pedestrian. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So the news is, Zeus live up to the name? No. It doesn't look like the Zeus. Which manufacturer would pick to make artillery? I've always had this idea, what I call the Drake broadside, or the Drake howitzer, or the Drake, whatever name of Drake of cannons of ye olde times, which is just four dragonfly sleds, like dragonfly. You just rip the top off the dragonfly, so it's just the sleds, like the hover sleds, slap them to like a welded piece of like metal with like a little like roll bar cage control and a giant cannon. And so where you fire it is you turn off the hover and you land down and you kind of clamp down to like support the thing, or you have clamps that'll like extend and secure you, and you fire and then you move. A mobile oh gosh, what are they called? Motorized artillery or something like that. So maybe mortars. Not really mortars. More like, but I mean like mortars on steroids. I think they don't have army lore because that would mean ownership or control of locations would need to change. Reflagging, from what I remember, the economy can be affected by ownership. It will only change the community rises up proclaim, this shall change. Yeah, to agree. Self-propelled artillery. Thank you. That's what I'm thinking. The Brigantine. Humpty Dumpty was originally a massive British siege cannon. The Drake Blunderbuss, the Long Nine. Yeah, that's what it'd be. You'd call it the Drake Long Nine. Argo's the next manufacturer to get focused on after RSI, possibly. Or Origin, because we still don't have the 600 and the 890 both needed updated. Someone asked earlier, do we think that when the 600i gets updated, the 890 would? Yes, they tend to do them in batches. That's what they did with Drake. They got the Cutter, the Vulture, and the Corsair all at the same time. So... No sound in space or sound in space? I mean, I'm cool with either. Honestly, I really like the idea of no sound in space because it's a little bit more immersive and it's a little bit more terrifying. To be quite honest, that kind of like reverberation sound is absolutely terrifying. And I love it. Yeah, they're kind of in the middle because they don't know if they want to give you a choice or give it to you or give you, because if you choose to be more immersive, you're going to have a disadvantage against people who have the sound on. So there's going to be like some balance issues with that, but they're deciding which one they want to do or if they want to do choices. They're in the process of that. So we'll talk about that here in a moment. You're hearing feet and stuff like that. Is the new sound really better than the old? It's hard to tell from the online stream. Oh yeah, it's much better. The gun sounds a lot better. They sound a lot more beefy. Like the current sounds are very anemic comparatively, but opinions on FPS scanning being sort of wall hacks. It's fine because it's a temporary thing. Did I see the Raylan, the Squadron 42 trailer? That's not a Raylan. But it is a Xi'an ship. No. Yeah, I do wonder what the Xi'an were doing. What are they doing in the coil? I'm just going to smile. What's the coil? It's the main stage for most of Squadron 42. It's this blown out planet that used to be a planet and it just literally exploded. But as a result, like there's a bunch of like magnetic storms and it's like a big cloud that exists amongst the debris of this planet, this former planet. But as a result, because the planet exploded, there's lots of minerals that you can get access to. So it's become very valuable for mining materials. But it also, because it's so electric, like so statically charged, and that's why you have the space lightning and the clouds and stuff like that. It's a great cover for outlaws. So. It's 8:30. I'm not going to bed at 8:30. What do you mean try to get me wasted? She got me wasted. That's just how that works. She was getting everyone shots. What's the lore behind space friction in Star Citizen? I don't know. I imagine the space friction is more of a over-exaggerated version of gravity in space. Because space isn't a vacuum. We call it a vacuum because it's a near-perfect vacuum, but near-perfect doesn't mean perfect. And gravity has effect, so it can pull on things and cause things to change. Wait, weren't you the bartender? No? I look forward to the engineering UI. I plan to lock intruders in rooms and dim the lights and cackle madly as I ask them riddles. I went entirely reasonably the entire event. No hangers at all. Merely accidental dehydration. Yes. When more Vasquez? That's a good question. We're going to do it again at some point. We've been meaning to get back together, but Meyer is so busy, we have to kind of write him after the story, so soon-ish. It's more accurate to call it the interstellar medium than empty space, yeah. Since when does the Galaxy, aka character killer, build houses? Since they have the crafting module. Remember they mentioned that they were going to be doing a crafting module for it? That was one of the ones they want to sell, but they didn't sell it yet because they wanted to make the announcement at CitizenCon. Yard House was not pissed. They made so much money. Yeah, they made fuck tons of money. Blueprints. Mike knew for 6 years and told no one. There's still shit I know that I haven't told anybody. CIG released to us. Released to me by accident. Also on purpose. I'll tell you when it comes out. I haven't tried the whiskey yet. I haven't unpacked everything yet. Like, I'm not telling you. I'm not gonna fucking tell you until it comes out. I did see the Cutlass Blue and Cutlass Red being made. But that was already known at the time. It literally says first contact. Kong Phantom. That's what Jail says. It literally just says first contact in Alienware language. What's my thoughts on the odd cut we saw? It's the Space Jackers. It's the faction Space Jackers. We saw a couple of them in the visual teaser. Oh, you're talking about the Toast tackles Paul from our stream? Yeah. If you blow up a Redeemer in space and nobody can hear it scream, does it make Paul happy? Yes. That is how my brain works. All right, so I'm going to get back to watching the presentation. So I haven't finished the first presentation, and I want to watch the other presentation. I don't want to be here forever, so we've been doing it for an hour. So.
I am Chris Rain, and I would like to show you...
in the future, when beta or beyond, if we subdue, cuff, and drop bad guy NPCs like Ninetales in the hostile landing zone, like Orison, while still cuffed, might there be consequences? I don't think so. Because I think they'll just get arrested by the local NPCs. Have they said anything more about the pyro raffle? If content creators are going to have access, or how many people will be in? They haven't. Okay, let me be very clear. There is almost no chance they won't give people like myself access. Or content creators. We provide, like, advertisement. Us streaming the first pyro footage on stream to a wide audience is going to get attention. And it's going to piss a lot of people off because they're like, I paid X number of money. But no, yeah, this is different. That's going to happen. And there's going to be people who play Squadron 42 before the game is released. There are going to be content creators who do that. You're going to have to get used to some of this stuff. Like, this is just how games are made. It's how games are advertised. So, streamer privilege. Yeah, it is. But it's the thing that happens. It's not a personal thing. It's a business thing. And it's almost certainly Evo and round one. I believe, yeah, CitizenCon ticket holders will get it as well. So, just saying. I know. I know there's some people who get their hackles up about that sort of thing. It's like that's just the reality of how these things work. I mean, yeah, like I'm not trying to be like, I'm a big man, I've got so much audience, but there's 200 people here watching. I could see easily that number of people when I go live with Pyro, but I'm maybe not. But I can guarantee you, Burks or whoever the top streamer is going to have 500, 1,000, 2,000 people watching them, which is going to move Star Citizen up the Twitch charts. The videos coming out will be turned into videos that will be posted on YouTube and get hundreds of thousands of views. And because people want to watch them because they're curious about it, and that'll push it up to the YouTube algorithm, which will push it in front of eyes of people who've never seen the game before. Same with Twitch. It's good marketing sense, and it costs them nothing. So just because you get those so many people, do you think you deserve Pyro over the rest of us? I didn't say I deserved it. I just said that's what's going to happen. That doesn't mean that I'm going to get it. I may not get it. But I guarantee you there will be content creators who get it. Oh, yeah, I know a lot of people who are doing it, yeah. I love the stuff. I don't... So I asked John Crew about the Gladiator. I said, is there any chance this is going to get updated? He said no. And I said, is it because it's a Squadron 42 ship that you don't fly? And he's like, yeah. It's like, God damn it. You're good. You're good. I'm doing good, Fall Out Boy. Fuck that. They're back the same as us. It's not a matter of like fairness, honestly. It's a matter of marketing and a matter of resources. They don't have a ton of resources, so they'll get the people who they can test with. I think they're doing everyone who was at CitizenCon. So, you know, a thank you for coming to CitizenCon because it did cost a lot of money. Yeah, I don't. Let me also explain that I don't think it's going to be something that no one's going to be able to play. I think they'll slowly expand it like the PTU to get more and more people in, because they want to test the limits of it. But I do think it's going to be a limited thing. So like, I think they'll have an open version of it, like at the end, where people can play it for a couple of weeks before it closes down. But I'm sorry you feel that way, Sergeant Lobster, but that's not how the game works. So yeah, it also does well for so they're doing the normal waves. I think so, yeah. So yeah, so everyone will be able to do it eventually. Now, when they do the full integration, they're not going to be doing Pyro, but because the reason why they're doing Pyro is because they know people will want to play it. So they're doing all of the new stuff they want to integrate, specifically the replication layer separation with the Pyro test. So they can get people to play it, and they're testing the actual technology, which I'm like, yeah, that's a devious fucking way of doing it. That's good player psychology, CIG. Bravo. It's one of those things that I've been critical about CIG before. Is like they don't seem to really understand player psychology at times, but this is perfect. This is a great way of getting those things done. I do. It's called the League of Relic Enthusiasts. Their agent. We go around and rescue relics. You're good, Southern Lobster. I get the sentiment, though. I understand. They'll send you an email. 1 minute, Growler.
SC Fanboy just got a sub from the _A_.
Hey.
The _A__ Parallel gifted a tier 1 sub to SC Fanboy.
Nice. Way to gift that to SC Fanboy. You're both very important puppers, very impressive misters, very neat pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers chat. I think it was just, you can pick a random one, SC Fanboy. So if you just pick random, it'll just choose someone randomly who's not a fan. So, or he's not already a subscriber. Not a fan. You're not a subscriber. But anyone who's watched the stream at any point will get it. Will SC be fully Vulcan this year? I don't know. I think it's close. It'll be close to if they put a lot of that stuff in 3.22. All right. Let's watch this. Let's watch this chat.
Not one, not two, but 3 new physics of our physics engine. And I would like to start off by introducing Star Cloth, our new character cloth simulation with a short video.
Aren't you excited for cloth, chat?
So this is just regular player movement. That was actually me playing. You can see the cloth collides with the ground.
Looks pretty good.
You can see multiple layers of cloth that do not interpenetrate. Cloth gets influenced from wind and has accurate collisions with the player's body.
This means capes, chat. Capes.
We now have support for collisions from dynamic objects.
So my favorite like shit post was someone actually dressed up in a gown for roleplay or for cosplay, dressed up in the gown, and Jared found him and then like was underneath him with a soccer ball doing that movement with his that was fucking great.
You can play football in any outfit.
Jared is very tired, but he did really well.
Starcloth supports the full range of motion a human can make, from fast movement
No capes.
to extreme poses.
I don't think people got super pissy about it. I do think that CIG really emphasized they're trying to go for diversity. They're trying to make the characters look more. And the problem was that they still based the character, especially the hair, off of European style straight hair and didn't do a really good job with curly hair. And they kind of stumbled into the problem where a lot of people think diversity when it comes to hair types is just add cornrows. You know, like there's like 500 different types of hair for European style hair, but there's like 4 for a typical video game for something like a black hair. And it's usually just very simple, easy stuff to do. And it comes down to just not really having curled hair and those sorts of things. And I don't think people were really mad about it. I think people were just pointing it out, being like, hey, you know, if you really want to do this, you need to like improve upon it. So I think they're still working on it. So they even said it wasn't finalized. So gotta do his PT, y'all. Gotta do physical training.
Starcloth is designed to be a first-class member of our physics.
They already did. Jake addressed it on Twitter. Jake said that they passed along the feedback to the teams and they're looking at it. So
engine. It interacts with everything we have to offer, from character movement over forces like wind, thruster, backwash.
Yeah, no, my wife has curly hair, and the only products she can use like consistently are products that are designed for Black African style hair, because she has very curly, kinky Irish hair. So
explosion to projectile impact.
Yeah, she definitely was one of the scans that Pete's
It's efficient.
Scanned, so
It always updates at 120 FPS, regardless of the frame rate, and is hand.
it's not. I mean, it's a lot better than some people do who just give up. And I think that the problem is that someone said curly hair is hard. Curly hair is hard. It's not easy. Hair is hard in general, as they kind of pointed out. But yeah, they'll do it. I don't think you like kinky hair. You know I do. It's gonna take some time for them to work it out, which they got time for. The fact that they have the technology in is gonna make it a lot easier to add those things. Because like really, I think really the stage they can do is, and this is probably super stupid simple and probably won't work, but add a lot of splines to the hair. You know, add twirly spines to the hair, and that should work on it. Carry helmet when? I don't know.
And optimized. It's immersive and believable. It's a realistic simulation based on physical properties. It's high fidelity, high quality. We want to raise the bar with this. The visual geometry.
That's true. I'd like to see that as well. Asian hair tends to be very springy in comparison. You should give that feedback on those threads and stuff like that. That's a good point. The reason why hair is done European style is because a lot of developers are European, but also because European hair is very simple. It's usually very straight. There's not a lot of curls on it. It doesn't have a lot of spring. It's usually very static. There's not a lot of flowing movements. And if you'll notice, a lot of early games specifically don't have long hair. If they do, it's like all one just mesh because they didn't want to have to like modify the hair movement at all. It's more of a less of a like a secret conspiracy and more of a fuck. We don't have a lot of resources, and this is what we're going to use. So. Yeah, and straight hair is pretty common in human race, but that's why a lot of games are just straight hair or bald, because you don't have to do hair at all. And it's not like there aren't a lot of people who are bald out there, so.
Geometry you see on the right is complex and not suitable for simulation. The visual geometry is made with visual quality in mind, and that does not translate well to simulation. So we decided to add
they haven't added dresses as far as I know.
Bespoke meshes that are made to simulate well and let their movement then deform the visual geometry. This allows us to share the same sim setup across multiple visual meshes, which is a huge productivity boost for tech art. We can seamlessly blend the simulation on and off, so we can disable the simulation at a distance. Back to the football. Everything that is dynamically simulated is able to interact with the cloth, from ships, over crates, boxes, and even footballs. We ensured that the collisions are accurate and believable. As you can see in the image, the football parts both layers of the gown. The cloth itself supports self-collisions, which means it will create folds and wrinkles, but not interpenetrate itself or other layers of cloth.
Will clothes affect reputation? Yes. If you wear specific clothes for specific factions, you'll have negative reputation or negative impact around you. So.
The same applies to the static environment as well. The cloth will drape itself around the environment, so brushing up against objects will result in the behavior you expect. We added tapered capsules to improve collision detection accuracy. A tapered capsule is a capsule which has two different radii at the endpoints. Human anatomy is complex, and we need to accurately represent it for collisions. The traditional capsules we use on our ragdolls lead to jumps in the collision surface. Now, notice how the
capsules. You said it. Tapered capsules. Tapered capsules.
There is a jump between the elbow and the lower arm.
Yes, your characters look like that.
And another jump where the forearm connects to the hands. These jumps pose significant problems for our cloth simulation. If you look at the upper torso, you can see the collision proxies are actually completely hiding the cloth, and they're essentially completely useless. So now notice the difference on the same body represented with tapered capsules. We can now faithfully represent the hips, legs, and arms of the character. An additional benefit of tapered capsules is that the collision detection is significantly faster than with regular capsules. Currently, we're only using them for cloth collision detection, but in the end, we'd like to use them for everything. We simulate the cloth always at 120 FPS or 120 Hertz, regardless at which update rate the game is running at.
Woo!
We do this to be faithfully able to detect collisions with a fast-moving character. As we're simulating at a higher rate than the game updates, we have to interpolate the joint positions between updates we get from the game. At each simulation step, we perform collision detection, simulation, and update the cloth's sim cage. Now, if the game is running at 120 FPS, we do one update for the cloth simulation. If the game updates at 60 FPS, like in the image,
Yes, on
we
persistent
simulate the
hangers,
cloth
probably the end of next year at earliest. There's a lot of stuff they have to do before that.
twice.
It's just not a priority yet.
Now, if the game runs slower, like at 30 FPS, we need to update the cloth 4 times. You can see this in the image. It becomes apparent that we need to make the cloth run as fast as possible, and we spent a great deal of amount of time optimizing this with various techniques.
You didn't know that there was a military 600i? Did you know that the 600i is not the first 600?
Including handwritten vectorization and using every trick in the optimization handbook. The effort pays off because we can faithfully capture very complex movement and fast-moving characters, even at low frame rates, without any clipping or tunneling. Thank you. One area that poses a significant challenge for character cloth is when multiple pieces of garments layer on top of each other, like a tight-fitting jacket that lies on top of the pants, as you can see in the image above. This is a very difficult region to simulate properly because you don't have much space and the simulation collisions have to be absolutely accurate. This, what I'm going to show you, is a very subtle effect, but once you notice it, you cannot stop noticing it. I want to focus your attention to the waist region of the character. Here we tweak the simulation settings in real time to see the effect.
So this is the...
Here you see a...
This is one of those things that how they're going to be able to change your body type. So I think almost certainly if you get like if you have character customization with like more different body shapes, then this should be able to dynamically adjust. So I'll pause it then as ad starts. Don't tease me with the 600i, talk your demons. But I don't see where Steven said. Steven H. I almost never catch these things live. I'm just playing new City Skylines game, listening to the vid from yesterday. I noticed the live one's going on. Oh, nice. How is City Skylines? I haven't picked it up because I'm too broke. Because I just went to CitizenCon. Asmongold had so many Star Citizen content creator reaction videos. I lulled. I'm not going to react to Asmongold. There's no point in reacting to him. I mean, like I've said before, I don't have anything personal against the guy. I just don't like to support his content. He's just not my kind of creator, and he's done some shit that's kind of fucked in the past. But I'm not gonna sit here and like throw stones at glass houses or anything like that. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. I just, good. It's good for the community. It's good for the game. Good for the community, and so that's all I care about. So yeah, Whitley's Guide 600i isn't just out. It's actually from an earlier jump point. So it's old new lore is what it is. So my money flew away last weekend. Yeah. Oh, it's free on Game Pass. I'll have to check it out. I actually have Game Pass. I barely use it. I use it stupidly to have Minecraft. I just should buy Minecraft. It's cheaper, but
a rendering with
why are they recycling lore? Because they stopped writing lore like that, like this year.
Fidelity cloth disabled. And here
Oh,
the
it's so
same
subtle.
scene with it
It looks really
enabled.
good. Oh, it looks really good. Looks really good.
To be continued, tomorrow much more can be seen about Starcloth in the character advancement panel. Be sure not to miss out.
Very good.
Thank you. So, next up, Star Hair. Currently, we have the ability.
I thought Asmongold's original video was great. Like me, the first time I launched from Port Olisar. Yeah, it's not the reaction itself. It's the content creator. So I want to play Armored Core 6, but there's too many things that have been coming out around Armored Core 6. So yeah, this is definitely Sandy's model. Almost
to
certainly.
simulate the effect of moving hair with joints that are essentially simulated pendulums. The hair is skinned to these joints, and when these joints move due to the pendulum simulation, the hair moves with it. This leads to a fast and believable movement of hair. However, the quality is directly correlated to the quality of the skinning, which is tedious for tech art to achieve for some complex hairstyles. Further, apart from gravity, the pendulum joints
It might be Rotomitra. It does look like Rotomitra. It could be that.
Like collisions or wind or explosions. So we asked ourselves, can we somehow improve upon this? And I'd like to show you some early prototype results of our research. This is an image of the raw geometry you saw in the previous image. You can see many strands of hair, and we thought to ourselves, maybe we can simulate all of these strands. This is a single strand isolated from the rest. As these are simple triangle meshes, we initially thought we could simply use our cloth simulation and simulate such a strand like a sheet of cloth.
Everything is star now because it's the star engine. So everything's going to be star and then whatever, like star FPS or star scanning or whatever.
That didn't work out at all. It turns out hair does not behave like clothing.
It's funny because I actually watched a video. So I watched a video. I can't remember the creator, but it's called "Why Does Attack of the Clones Look Like a Video Game?" And I watched a couple of the creators' videos, but it turns out that they are a former VFX producer, and they go through the entirety of the history of VFX and how VFX works and all those sorts of things. And one of the things he was breaking down problems. One of the things he talked about how is hair. And what I've learned from that video is fuck hair. Hair is impossible to do. You either have to be incredibly detailed with it or just fuck it. Like just don't, because you can't get realistic looking hair. It's difficult to do it. So
also the sheer number of strands and their individual triangles and vertices are simply too much to simulate efficiently, even for our highly optimized cloth engine.
Hair doesn't equal clothing, tell that to Bayonetta. I mean, yeah.
We realized then that our artists are actually using splines to create these strands. And a spline is a smooth curve or line through space. You could see that in yellow. And we thought maybe we can just simulate.
That's why the clones kept their helmets on.
Simpler.
Yeah.
So, and hair simulations need to be able to maintain the original hairstyle. You cannot have the hair simulation change the visual appearance of a character. One of the reasons why using the cloth simulation for hair did not work out at all is that the cloth only simulates vertices and they have no concept of orientation. So you do not know how the next segment has bent in relation to your current segment. In other words, you cannot easily simulate twist with vertices alone.
Okay.
For splines, however, that is very easy to do. So all of this together allows us to simulate the strands according to the theory of Cosserat rods. A Cosserat rod allows you to model the behavior of slender one-dimensional rods, exactly what our splines are, and simulate bend, twist, stretch, and shear, exactly what we need. Hair also needs exact collision detection to not intersect with the head, the ears, the cheeks, the jaw region. The video I'm about to show you is some very early prototype footage of how such a simulation actually looks like.
Depends on when did you approach that $670 pledge?
So this is a test of various head movements to see how the hair reacts. Hair simulation is one of the hardest things to simulate, especially in a real-time context, and very tricky to get right. We're actually simulating all the hair strands. So we will have characters being able to run their hands through their hair and have the hair react realistically. A barber simulation next. Actually, being a bald man, this was a very touching moment for me when I made this video.
He's doing a simulation as if a barber would be cutting the hair.
Thank you. Thank you.
So like that's how barbers pull hair when they're working and stuff like that. You never know with CIG, that's true. But there's a hiring team that they do a really, really good job at, so.
Next, I would like to introduce Maelstrom, our physically based destruction system.
Woo!
And I would like to do that with a video that I believe speaks for itself.
So, when this happened, when they did this, Jake walked up to me and they said, they were just like smiles around. Jake was like, the madmen did it. They're absolutely insane. They fucked everything up. They kept saying they fucked everything up. Brain from ear to ear, yeah. When this was playing, Treesan was there. Treesan immediately goes to the Discord and goes, "All right, fuck you, Paul. You're gonna start dragging more of these rock pieces into my ship, aren't you?" And I was like, "It belongs in a museum, Tree. It belongs in a museum."
See the water splashes?
Hold on, let me back it up a little bit. I think, was this the one with the Pico?
See the water splashes?
I love that. I love that. That's the cool thing. It's like this is the water working with the destruction engine, all that kind of stuff. You can see the splashes and everything too.
We want players' intuitive prediction of the effect a weapon or a collision has to actually happen in the engine or in the game. So we decided to move away from hit point pools or other abstract models to simulate damage, but rather have damage be calculated from a physical model and from the physical material properties of each entity. If something breaks off due to its structural integrity decreasing below a certain threshold, Maelstrom allows it to break off in a realistic fashion. If you shoot off a wing, the missiles and weapons on that wing should still remain attached.
Exactly, Fishy.
If the broken off part still has power, electric items should still function. This means Maelstrom was needed to be designed to work with a hierarchical setup to begin with. From the hierarchical representation of the geometry we want to break
easily.
off,
Underwater
to the
spaceship
same
wrecks.
hierarchy on a higher level item for items like power plants, lights, weapon systems, and so on. Maelstrom is persistence and networking ready. We designed it from the ground up to work with high latency situations, to persist and replicate easily.
That just basically means they built it for PES and server meshing when they built it. And this is the thing that John Crew and the engine teams, John Crew talked about it, how they're doing, like, and they were like, it's so fucking complicated. So instead of like going through and building out this physically based system, they just built a physics system.
To achieve all this, we
Physicalized
gave
armor, that's what
each
this is, yeah.
physical geometry instance and an identifier to be able to uniquely identify.
And he gets us on this 4.0 install, probably about the same size, maybe a little bit bigger than the current one, because they're also going to remember they're going to be optimizing along the way as well. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to be not as big.
It within the universe. So your Gladius wing is your Gladius wing. We added physical material and damage properties that can now be replicated across the network. One of them, and that's the most important one, we call integrity. And this determines how much structural or internal integrity a physical geometry has. Integrity is...
What? Star Stuff, why are you here? Aren't you... You're in like, Germany. Isn't it fucking fuck off early there right now?
Modified from dissipating or rather absorbing energy from kinetic impacts or energy weapons, and also in the future from absorbing energy from external factors like extreme temperature or fire, as you've seen before. We also track which physical part or geometry belongs to which visual geometry and which high-level entity. So if the structural or internal integrity collapses, we know which visual geometry is affected and which item might be affected.
Okay, I'm gonna have to pull this up. I'm gonna pull this up. I think I actually have to upload the proper video, the proper image. I'll do it the Star Citizen Discord real quick. I'll be right back as well, chat. I'm gonna do this real quickly. I'm gonna and I'll when I come back. Everything should be on, so you should be able to mess around, but I'll be right back and use the restroom. I'm going to upload this and then show this to you. Got it, Farisol and Sea Daddy are here.
Good news, everyone!
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up. It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Weapons free, y'all. I'm flying. I'm pilot.
As well.
I'm flying. I'm pilot. I'm flying. I'm pilot.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession. Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
It's a complicated profession.
Distress bacon.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
As well. You have coin. As well. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Distress bacon.
Good news, everyone!
2 words. Distress bacon.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
All right, but show this to you real quickly.
2 words.
Weapons free, y'all.
Bacon.
It was very quick.
Bounty hunting is a complicated
So I
profession.
need to remember the name of this developer. I forget his name. I know his first name's Ben. I don't remember his last name. But this is CDaddy. Okay? And this is the creator. He's the creator of the Redeemer. This is my circle of pain. Okay. This is my circle. That's Skin Shadow over there. That's pretty cool. So I found out that he was here, the creator of the Redeemer, and yeah, they're also tall. They're all about the same. They're about the same height as I am. Is everyone in Star Citizen tall? Yeah. Did he live? I'm still here. So you're 5'9". Okay, this is too bad. He's good at the stream. So I found out that he was there, and I'm like, I have to get a picture of CDaddy and him together with me, just because this would be super fucking funny. So I took the picture. I said, you need to come here and take the picture. And we took the picture, and then afterwards I sat down and I explained the whole situation. And at the end, he turned to CDaddy and said, why didn't you name the ship Paul's favorite ship? So it would be impossible. That's the first thing he said. Was why didn't you make it worse, CDaddy? And CDaddy said I would, but I couldn't name the ship. Ben Curtis, thank you, Ben Curtis. Just like, God damn it, Ben Curtis. He was a real good sport about it. I explained it and it was good. He was a good guy to talk to. I asked him about some of this other stuff. I asked him about some things. I'm like, what's your favorite ship? And he went, my favorite ship is one I can't talk about. And I'm like, God damn it. And what's your favorite ship to work on? He went, one I can't talk about. It's like, damn you, Ben. Yes. Is this still, God damn it. You just went in and changed it, didn't you? Oh, yes, it'll be named. I've joked that, like, in the end, like, this project will be dead and gone, and I will be buried in the ground, and the last remnants of Star Citizen is just going to be that package. It'll be the only package left, because it's completely unmeltable, untradeable, anything. It wasn't, okay, I thought that you changed it. I thought it was Paul's favorite ship, its most favorite ship, okay.
Affected as well. So a power plant will cease to emit power or implode, explode. A weapon will cease to fire, and so on. To make things break apart, we create what we call breakable clusters. A breakable cluster is a set of physical geometry, the visual geometry,
he's a friend of
and
me.
the entities on
yeah.
top that can break off. Between breakable clusters, we create abstract cantilever beams to be able to model stress and strain. I'll go into more detail in that in a bit. Breakable clusters are hierarchical.
That was nuts. When we saw this, I turned to Jake and was like, is this fucking real? Does this exist? Like, that is just, that is a Gladius. That's a Gladius. Look how many fucking parts that is. That's a fucking Gladius. Can you imagine the size of a fucking Idris? God fucking damn it. Yeah, it's a hierarchical break map. So the squares, you can see all the lines going to them. Those are the ones that are the parent one, and then each one of the smaller ones as they break off are the tinier ones, that kind of stuff. So
they mirror the hierarchy of all attached entities involved. They also embed the hierarchy of all animated joints. and they also embed the hierarchy of all physical geometries. They essentially represent a ground truth of the entire hierarchy necessary to perform all our goals for Maelstrom. This image is showing a breakable cluster graph of the Gladius. I'd like to show one more video of Maelstrom before we continue.
This is the one that had the Pico. So this was the third video. The first video, when they pulled back, this Pico was gone. So they tried to do it again because they thought it would be funny if they could get a piece of debris to hit the Pico as they're pulling back. But then that Pico got knocked over before the camera pulled back. So look at that splash. I caught it at the perfect time. A little splash up right here. Let's watch it one more time. See, the only problem I have with that is that there's not enough fire or explosions. Otherwise, it's great. Pico held the line.
A good way to easily and efficiently determine when a breakable cluster breaks.
Hey.
Which shows a well-established model from
Buster. Welcome to Buster Stream. Thank you for that raid for 105. Holy fuck. Yo, Meg. How you doing? Klingons are crying in your sector. How you doing, Buster? We're doing a review of all this stuff. You're crying? Why are you crying, Buster? Good things? Hopefully good things. That's good to hear. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the office hours. This is a stream I usually do on Thursdays, where we kind of look at the lore and latest news from Star Citizen. We hang out. It's a Q&A stream, so you can ask questions and stuff like that. But now I hate the Redeemer. But CIG has mandated that it is my most favorite ship. Thank you for that raid. I can't say much because if I keep saying things, C Daddy will turn all of my ships into Redeemers. How you doing, Yo-Yo Meg? Unlimited power. Someone gave this man too much power. And he's a friend of trees, so I know who you use it. Wait, does that mean salvage little pieces of ships now? Yes. This entire technology has pushed up the development of hole munching. I don't care what CIG calls it now. It will always be hole munching. And that was a direct quote from Jake. It's like, yep. It also means, in theory, you should be able to burrow a hole in the side of a ship and get access to it. You can now breach ships. Plus, with atmospheric compression, it should have realistic decompression situations. This thing completely changes the game. It's one of the biggest things that CIG announced that I think not a lot of people are talking about, so. It's a long story, Havoc, but it has a lot to do with the fact, I'll summarize it as, it's a ship that was designed by committee to win a contest, not a ship that was designed to be to match design styles of a brand that was in production, kind of thing. It wasn't designed to fly in a universe that it was built for. It was designed by committee to win a contest. And it was not even the best designed by committee to win a contest ship that was on there. So, yeah. I mean, hull breaching, isn't that what we witnessed with the Van Duel? But that's a cutscene. That's part of an actual like they modeled that out as an event rather than being dynamic. Is there a link to the contest? What contest? What Redeemer contest? It's called The Next Great Starship. The Next Great Starship. It's on YouTube. It's under CIG stuff, so it's very old. Later, Buster. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for that raid. Welcome everyone again. We'll keep watching this.
Material sciences and structural engineering cantilever beams. In essence, a cantilever is a structural member that has a fixed support and a free end. Forces experienced on the free end can be used to calculate the amount of stress the fixed support is enduring. The basic ideas behind that are best explained from a very simple example. If a ship were to collide with the horizontal part of the crane in the image, far from the vertical part, the fixed support would endure a higher stress as if the ship were to collide closer to the vertical part. But not only does the point of impact determine how much stress the cantilever beam experiences, also how large the surface area is connecting the cantilever and the fixed support has a large influence on when a cantilever beam will break. In our case, this actually means we analyze the cross-section.
I believe a little bit of the boarding ships, but that's mostly the nails. The nails are the ones that use the breaching ships because they fire into things.
Of the intersection of the set of geometry from two breakable clusters to calculate the surface area. A wing attached to the body has a rather large connecting surface area compared to the surface area calculated for the stabilizers connected to the body. We then project forces from impacts and explosions onto these cantilever beams and calculate the stress the beams experience. Over time, this stress turns into strain, and if we reach a certain threshold, the beam snaps. The result, simple, efficient, and deterministic breakability. But this is not just about ships and buildings that you saw in the videos before.
All this stuff was done for Squadron 42, but it's all being added into the PU.
We want Maelstrom to be a systemic system that we can use on all types of entities. So here's some video of some test footage of AI shooting each other behind breakable cover and Maelstrom barrels.
This could also mean that your armor could take hits and break apart as well, if they wanted to. They have to model it out, but look at all that blood, sweat, and tears.
Physical material properties influence damage and braking and have a direct...
If I remember correctly, this is a systemic thing, so it's applied to, it's an engine-based thing, so it's applied to everything in the engine. But question, I want to know if these destructible objects will respawn / rebuilt by NPCs. Some of them will. I don't think the ruins will be, but and some things will be impossible to destroy like that. So we'll probably see, trees. We'll see some rocks, maybe some of the buildings, like ruins and stuff like that, and ships. But they're not going to go with everything being destructible like that.
direct influence to how things break and fracture. To achieve this, we added various properties: density,
hard to tell,
yield strength, resilience, thickness, toughness, Young's
They're not going to make
modulus.
like landing zones.
And this is more or less what I wanted to talk about Maelstrom, but I don't want to leave without showing one more video of what carnage Maelstrom can create.
They didn't show trees, but I assume that trees would be part of it. Sawed each other in half. And Pico still stands.
So,
yes, I think it deals with multiple impacts too, yes.
So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Benoit.
Hey. So that's the hour mark about. We got about 20 minutes left.
Thank you. All right. I am not this person, but I'm filling in with him. So far.
So much for soft death, man. Soft death. They were always going to have soft death. The difference is that soft death has to do. That's what this system does. It allows for damage and damage modeling and stuff like that. So.
I mean, do you guys think this is going to change your game up to now? All these new features? Hell yeah. Okay. So we've seen updates from fire, water.
Yeah.
We've just seen force. We've seen sun and light. So the next thing that's left to build a ludicrous space game is audio. And so I'll leave you with Graham, who's going to show you some of the new audio enhancements we bring to Star Engine to make it even more realistic than it is now.
Hi CitizenCon, Graham here. Good to see you. Recently in the audio team, we've been looking at how we can create a greater psychological connection and emotional impact within our games through the use of improved audio technology. Audio can play a crucial role in the immersion of the player. And with that in mind, the audio code and technical sound design teams have been looking at all of our tech from the ground up.
Welcome, Nick. How you doing, buddy?
For example, when you're under threat, you should feel a real sense of danger. When you're armed, you should feel the dangerous power that you hold within your hands. Earlier this year, we showed you our resonance tech, which allows us to bring the action much closer to the player even when they're deep in the bowels of a ship.
I held the line, because love isn't always on time.
And far away from where all the hits and the explosions are happening. But that's
was
just
playing
one
Star Citizen, feeling the hope. You haven't seen what Asmongold also reacted to the Star Engine video. Yeah, I heard that too.
Part of a much larger push to create a better, more immersive audio experience. With that in mind, let's take a look at some of the tech we've been working on. First, let's listen to some of our weapon sounds in action.
That's a new gun, or a new mode for that gun, because I don't remember it being semi-auto. Subtle, but you can hear the echo a little bit better too.
They're a great simulation, but we wanted to take them further and express the sound pressure, the forces being exerted. Our new in-house audio effects, particularly the multiband compressor, tuned by our sound designers, give us this result.
There's more echo on this one.
The compression serves to illustrate the power of the weapons and the effect that they have when going beyond the limits of the listener.
Oh, you can hear the
Let's show you the same
reverberation.
audio
Really
effects applied to the ship weapons, taking us from this to this.
Ooh, it sounds beefier. You can hear that. They added bass.
But it's not just about feeling powerful. Changes in audio.
Yes, I'm missing. I'm
create
catching
a
up on all the
sense
panels
of
I
danger
missed.
of being out on your own and under
I actually
threat.
saw this one already.
Here's an
but I
example
didn't
of
watch
ship
it fully.
combat. Sounds good, but what if we wanted a little more realism? The audio propagation tech that we've been rolling out makes it easier to change the soundscape in real time, and a nice use of that technology is to provide a more realistic option. Here, your own weapons resonate through the hull of the ship.
See, it, like I said, it sounds a lot scarier. Realistic mode sounds a lot more intense.
Only what's in the pressurized cockpit is heard clearly, and the threat level feels higher due to the isolating lack of enemy weapon and ship audio. Making these changes creates space in the audio, both spectrally and temporally, making impacts seem bigger, more damaging, more of a problem for the player.
Is it going to support surround sound? I'm sure it will at some point.
This realistic mode isn't limited to the flight experience, it's applied appropriately to the game as a whole. Here's an FPS battle in a depressurized area. With realistic mode, we get that sense of isolation again, giving the location a different colour and adding variety to the audio experience.
Oh, it's the new AI they're pushing and flanking.
Player breathing and foley are exaggerated, and other sounds are transmitted through physical contact. That's all from us for now. We look forward to getting these new audio features into your hands.
Pretty good.
All right. Hello, everyone.
Okay, so this is straight up 20 minutes.
Streaming, replication layer, and beyond. My name is Paul Reindel. I'm Director for Online Technology.
The guys in 3.22, I believe.
And I'm going to show you a little bit insight in our technology for persistent entity streaming and the replication layer.
So it's a little skinny than I'd write.
I thought about what's the best way to show you something about that tech, and I thought about putting some technical drawings on the slides, or maybe show video like we did 2 years ago. But really, the best way to show you how persistent entity streaming works.
So someone was very adamantly talking to Paul Reindel about this, about server meshing and stuff like that. And he was like, we got to find the edge cases. It's like, and he said something to the effect of like, what happens if a ship it stops directly in the middle between the two barriers? And he said, like, that's an edge case. And I looked at him and I said, Paul, that's not an edge case. He looked at me, he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, you do know who we are, right? We will find within the first 5 minutes where that is and just play soccer by it. Like, we will find everything we can, the edge cases, and break it, because that's what we do.
Is to give you a live demonstration, and that's what I'm going to do. All right. So this will all be live, so please bear with me if there's any glitches.
Well, actually, it's literally an edge case.
So let's keep this rolling.
There's my voice going.
I think I'm supposed to press the button. No, it's already switched. Before we start, a little bit, I just give you a little bit an overview what you see here. Let me set up everything.
Well, it could be, but it's not going to be a. It's not going to be with the first version of it. Not without dynamics meshing.
Sorry. So on this left side, you will see my client window, and on the bottom side, you will see the server renderer. So for this demonstration, and I start a second client, I'm just stopping that. Sorry about that.
This is a demo where I swear I cried before Chris Roberts did.
All right. So again, on this side, you see the client.
What? So that's what the crash handler is for. The crash recoverer is for. I believe the way the crash recoverer works is that's one of the new things they want to work on after separating the replication layer. That's the next step, which is why why server meshing is going to take a little bit longer. The idea is that when the server goes down, you'll see a little hiccup, but it'll automatically drop you into a separate server. So you won't see it. You'll see a small hiccup and then you'll be brought right back in. So 30Ks will be gone. That's what the plan is. Living on the edge.
And he just logged out because I started a second client. So let's do this again. One more time. On this side, you see the server renderer, which is currently, it has nothing streamed in. I'm showing a small demonstration.
It's like the resync events we get now.
And on this side, you see the entity graph.
Question, am I wrong in thinking they'll make each planetary system their own server so the boundary line will cross 95% will be in quantum? Almost certainly. And I'm sure they'll make, the thing is the cost of servers is the issue. How expensive servers are. So they want to try to make it so they're not using as many servers, but they're still getting as much performance as they want. They're trying to find that balance until they can get dynamic meshing in, which will allow for that to balance a little bit better. I'm wondering how long it'll take to scale up. 2 years to get dynamic. I think it'll be less. I think it'll be about a year from the for each step. So like dynamic 0 will be, or dynamic 1 will be like a year after server meshing, static meshing comes in, and then dynamic 2 might be 6 to 8 months to a year. So the servers are virtual, yes, but they still cost money.
Which is our online database. That's powering what you see in persistent streaming, what you play since 3.8.
When they say static, that means it doesn't move. It's a physical barrier in the game.
And I also have some metrics on the screen which shows the entity graph worker, the requests per minute, per second, the mutations, and you also will see
money's not virtual. I mean, it is, but it's still physical.
All right.
That's fine for those in the server, but what about those who are moving to another server the exact moment the first server crashes? It depends if they're handed off or not. If they're not handed off, then they'll disappear for a moment and reappear. Probably. Or they'll hang in the air for a few seconds and then pop in.
Right. So let's wait for my client to come up and join this level. So the first thing that will happen...
I told Ben while you still had the napkin, by the way. He just smiled and was like, I believe it.
Happen when I join this level, you will see on that server everything streams in, and my client get connected and also streams in everything on the client view. What would happen on the behind the scenes is that my player just got unstowed into that chart, and we
it's not really physical, it's static.
Everything for this player. So you will see his body is attached to the player. You will see his MobiGlas, his head with all his customizations, his undersuit, and then all his customizations as well on the undersuit. What you also see is that this player just got unstowed and attached to a static zone object container.
It's not Lumberyard anymore. It's Amazon's open source engine. Because it's open source, I think Star Engine is now a unique standalone engine. It's hard to tell, but I'm almost certain that Star Engine is now a unique thing. They're no longer using Lumberyard. I think when 3.22 comes out, we'll see the Lumberyard logo drop, and it'll pop up. Star Engine TM will be the thing they'll use for it. Yeah.
And this is how our zone system works. Basically,
Open
on the
3D
server,
engine?
you will see 3 different zones: purple, green, and red. And each zone comes with its own coordinate system and its own physical grid. And this is how we actually, on live, do zone transitions between your ship, empty space, space station, or a planet. And you will see, as I walk between those zones, I will, at real time, update it in that entity graph. And this all happens seamless. So for a client, this is completely transparent. You don't notice that. But this is actually what's happening when you step in or out into a ship.
Don't jump,
and
just
this
walk.
is very unique to our engine. No other engine has this zone system, and that allows us to do all the amazing stuff you saw in the videos before, transitioning in and out of planets and go from the smallest scope to the largest scope. So everything we do in a shard. So this is.
So this isn't server meshing necessarily. This is just how object containers work. This is like you stream in and out information. Each of these areas, it's their own container, not necessarily a server, but you can turn containers into servers.
Like a mini level, like the mini PU level, is also persisted in this database. When we create new entities in our engine, in Star Engine, those entities get pushed into our entity graph, into our online database at real time, and then from there replicated to our clients. So if I go ahead and spawn a couple of plushies here, you will see they spawn, they get created immediately on my entity graph, and
there's no lighting
on
in this
the
build.
server and on the client. So spawn a couple more here. And you see this, the pengus I spawn in the other zone get attached to the other zone. And then if I go and transition one of those, they will also transition between the different zones. And the same works for ships or more complex entities. If I spawn this buggy here, you will see this one gets created with all its attachments and everything else.
I love it too. I'm not mocking either.
And this is just my small demo level here. On live, we have up to 600,000 dynamic entities that get.
With Maelstrom, so if we destroy items like landing areas, does it stay destroyed or rebuilt at some point? If it might be rebuilt if it's like an active landing zone, but I don't think you're going to actually be able to bomb landing zones because they'll be indestructible.
Get created for one single shard, and this is just the initial state. After 2 weeks, 3 weeks of gameplay, when you guys go in and destroy stuff, spawn stuff, play around, it goes in the millions of entities.
Jesus.
So this in itself is pretty amazing tech. The next time I want to talk about is our streaming system. Most engines do stream on texture or geometry. We actually stream entities, and we do stream persistent entities. So when I turn on the streaming system here and I walk into this, if I walk over to the red area, you will see that the purple area will stream out together with all the entities on that server.
Boom.
So it does not only stream out on my client, it actually streams out on that server. And when I come back in the green zone, that purple zone streams back in with all the entities in there with their full persistent state. So now I have a second player join, Ben.
So this is PES. This is them serving, being able to despawn out and spawn back in. So this is PES.
Is going to join me. So Ben, if you want to join, okay, I think we see him over there. Hey Ben. Sorry. Nice. All right, I'm going to spawn a couple more penguins here. Because the next thing I want to talk about is new technology we are right now developing, and we are about to put on the tech preview for you to play. And this is actually the replication layer split. And that's the big next step in our great vision, obviously.
I don't jump it all the time, but I do it sometimes.
So in this demo, my client and my servers, they are no longer directly connected. Actually, I have a new service running here. And
what about ancient ruins? What if people destroy it? Will people be able to survey them? Surely this is a concern for you in particular, Paul. It is. And no, they won't be rebuilt, I don't think. I think they'll stay destroyed forever.
So my client...
There'll be some point where they can't destroy them beyond a certain point, but they'll just become like ruined grounds, so...
is connected to this replication service. and my server is connected to this replication server.
Oh, Angry. I talked with Ray's Guide with Ray at CitizenCon, and I mentioned that I wanted to get you and Ray together. And he's like, "That's cool. I'd also like to get Morph together." So I need to do a special session with you, Morphologist, and Ray's Guide to talk about the technical aspects of the game, because that would be a fun thing to do sometime, yeah, maybe this winter or something like that. So.
Service. And the replication service, its own the sole purpose
is
to get all
sheet.
the entities which are in the entity graph and stream them to clients and servers which are connected to. And what's really cool about this is, let's do a little experiment here.
Well, I mean, like, you have technical knowledge, and a lot of the stuff you were talking about sounded like a lot like the stuff I was hearing from Ray when he was on the captain's table. And so that'd be a nice kind of combination of different technical aspects. So. Did you send me a picture? Send me a picture. I think you already sent me a picture at one point.
I mean, you all know our game.
Oh yeah, I got one of your coins. They were great.
It's still alpha, and sometimes things can happen. So let's see what's happening when I kill my server here. And so this is my server, the actual console. So let's just shut it down. And yes, this is where you would usually see a 30K or something. You can see Benoit kind of froze there for a bit, and the buggy does a bit weird stuff. I can shoot those pingus, but the world is really in a frozen state right now. But I didn't disconnect, because I'm connected to the replication layer and not to the server anymore. In the meantime, I'm just starting a new server. Let's be a bit patient for it. It should come back online in a second. And as you can see, now that the server came back, it...
So this is the crash recovery. Jesus Christ, I didn't see this part. That's fantastic. Death of the 30K.
It restored the state, and the simulation just continues to work as before. So this will be, again, this is a very early tech. But this is a great benefit of what we have with our replication layer split.
Yeah, oh yeah. There was definitely a hitch. You see other players doing the stand marching and some stuff moving around weirdly. But that was because the server was down and he waited a few minutes and then pulled it back up. So.
There's one more thing.
But it's not just him. Everyone would be in the standby status, and the server would no longer be picking up the damages. It would just be all of the standby stuff that you already had connected, because it's all of the stuff that's around you is connected to the replication layer, not to the game server, which means it's moving a lot of the information from the game server to the replication layer, so they don't have to simulate it as much. So.
This thing again, I
think that's part of it. Nick, tell me if I'm wrong.
Again.
You have the cheat sheet.
We're doing something different. So let's first go in here. This is my development tool.
The whole part about how you'd still be able to interact with some things, like because most of the stuff is off of the game server. It won't be interacting like you can still interact with stuff, and it won't affect the game server. And a lot of the stuff is moved off the game server entirely. So in theory, it should reduce the load on the game server as well. It sends a magic packet, basically, yeah. Don't require game server and replication layer. They just require the replication layer, don't they? So yeah, so you'll see that weird hiccup, and you might see a bunch of people doing the solo marching, but like once the server reconnects, you just pop right back in. That's fucking nuts. That is black fucking magic. that is some serious black fucking magic.
Second. So let's stop that server again.
See how he's marching right now in the background here?
This will take a little bit. I'm running this tool you see here. This is our internal development tool. This tool runs the entire stack of our game on this PC. This is obviously for development only, and I can do that with my small test level. But this really helps online devs and all people who work on the incredible, complicated tech we hear to be able to develop our game. And because I run everything on this PC, it's a bit slow. So let's wait and see what's happening here. All right. Simulation continues. I can see Ben moving again. Hey, Ben. However, what just happened?
Oh no, I've seen this.
Well, as you can see on my screen, I no longer have one server connected. I have 3 servers connected to this replication layer. So what you guys see here, this is the very first version of a
Yes, it should improve AI. It should also reduce a lot of the load on the servers because it's no longer the game server that has to load the entities. It's loading to a separate system that's then simulated on the game server. So effectively, nothing is really on the game server unless it has to be, which is very little, which I'm guessing is just physics calculations, like where things are moving, the stuff that you need in real time for the server for the games to actually function. But a lot of the other stuff, the locations, data, all that sort of thing is stored in a separate service. So,
working server mesh.
But that means that you can focus on the performance of the gameplay rather than the shit around you. So. The thing is, any game server can take over from any other because the persistent data is on the replication layer. Exactly, as long as it boots back up. And because a lot of that stuff is no longer on the game servers should be hyper efficient, or not hyper efficient, but more efficient than they are now, which means that you could shut them down and bring them back up pretty quickly.
All right. So now I'm going to explain a little bit how this magic works, because it is truly magic. Each server, when it came up, and
I feel the replication layer is an orchestra for the game servers, but it's not just one system. Like the replication layer is like a layer of a bunch of different systems that are all working at once. So it's not just one like server. It's like you could have one server that's working with just the Picos in this case. It's just storing all the data of where the fucking Picos are. And then one's dealing with the buggy and one dealing with the players. So it doesn't have to be in one single service where you have a single point of failure. It's expanded. I believe that's the case. I could be wrong with that one, though. Yeah, it's basically traffic control.
Replication, I realized there are 3 servers. We assigned different zones to those servers. And we said, okay, server 1, you are the authority over the purple area.
That looks fucking cool, Angry. That's
server
cool
2,
as shit.
you are the authority over the green area.
I'm going to show it up here in a
and
moment.
the last server is authoritative over the red area.
Hey, Fremen Knight. Thanks for
you
the raid.
can still see that those servers
I know,
have all
sub.
those entities replicated.
Cobra, thank you for the raid.
But
123.
only
Welcome,
the
everybody.
entities within their zone.
We're kind of going over all of this stuff from CitizenCon. I haven't really had a chance to.
You can take away my space suit.
Have my
You can even take away my space.
Crazy said first working server mesh, but thought it was just replication layer at this point. It isn't. He just added 3 servers. It's all the same. Like, that's how... I don't know how to put this. The thing that's important is the PES and the replication layer, not the server meshing. Server meshing is just... We've had server meshing for a very long time.
Freeman Knight has subscribed.
Thank you for the night for that subscription. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very new pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Hold on.
You want dance?
replication layer is coming out on the 31st. It's with Pyro. That's the first test. But it's not going to be the crash handler. Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome, everybody. We got a couple more stuff here, so hold on. Well, I usually have my helmet, but my helmet is packed away in my luggage, and I haven't taken it out. So you get the cool glasses for now.
But you can never,
or I could do this.
Ever take away my space game.
Nope, I can't do that.
DirtyBird61001 just resubscribed for 7 months. Sitcon hype. Within reason, Burke Rave.
Thank you so much for that. Hold on. Dirty Bird. Sitcon hype. Within reason. Thank you. Then Tagram. Let me do this for a bit. Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Tagram Unlimited just resubscribed for 41 months. Beautiful bear goggles on.
Thank you so much for those for that 41 months, and of course Dirty Bird for that 7 months. We got one more. Hold on. I'm doing great, Cobra. I'm doing great. And Waka, I didn't see you. I'm sad I didn't see you, but I'm glad you were there.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Olowin just resubscribed for 82 months.
Thank you so much for that 82 months of support there. Well, till 11, 12 p.m. Fuck, that sucks. But I'm glad you were there at the very least. All right, so I do want to explain to this. The designers, the people who work on the server stuff for CIG are black magicians. Like, they do black magic. They do some voodoo shit to get this shit to work. There's one person who works at Austin who every time I hear his name spoken, it's like spoken with like quiet revelry. And he actually helped us out at the for the situation we were doing with Fight or Flight. Benoit showed up to help work on it because they gave us a server to work on that they had. Benoit showed up, and then oh fuck, I can't remember his name. I'm breaking on the name. I want to say Abdul, but that's wrong. It's wrong. No, not Tuckett. Ahmed, that's what it was. Ahmed showed up, and I was like, "Fuck!" Like you're throwing like two of the heaviest hitting folks in terms of like tech stuff at our problems. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, Ahmed is an absolute beast. You'll never see Ahmed. I think he's been on like 1 or 2 ISCs in the past, but Ahmed is an absolute, that man is Gandalf the Grey. When it comes to tech stuff. That man, just step aside. This is why I have a goat, an actual goat. You never know who you need to sacrifice. 6 years. 6 years. 7 years if you count my previous account. All right, let's watch this. So the thing is that, as I was saying earlier, server meshing is not difficult. Server meshing, well, not difficult. It's the technology for server meshing has been around for 20 years. Like, a lot of things are server meshed that you don't realize. The thing that is impressive is all of the other shit that gets to the server meshing. It's this replication layer. It's the persistent entity streaming. It's 64-bit floating precision. It's all of this shit. It's the object container streaming. All of that stuff is just the framework that you sit on top of the servers to make it work. So.
Are actually authoritative on that server. So while I'm in this green zone at the moment, my entity is simulated on that green server and just replicated on the other server. And now,
in ancient lore, you need to go for proper
SCSI
SCSI termination.
You will see that on that green server, I just lost authority, and on that purple server, I just gained authority. And because my player was replicated on both servers, this completely works seamless. And again, let's do that a couple of times. You see on my client here, I don't notice anything of that. This all happens behind the scene.
You just ran across it too. That's good.
Doesn't work only on me. Let's turn on the.
I don't think this has been done before. I think this is brand new tech. Like, this is something that's never been done in gaming before. If it has, I don't know. Because I've said this before and people said, well, actually, it's like, I don't think something like this has been done before. I think this is the first thing where I sat out and be like, I don't think anyone has put all this shit together like this, so.
The zone colors and the object, the authority assignment on the client as well.
I held the line in the Battle of 318.
That even entities, as they transition into the other zone.
Hey, Kelso, good to see you guys. Seamlessly throwing these things. The Omnissiah has blessed the CIG devs. Yes, the Omnissiah has taken over the
transition to that zone. And not only that, I can also interact with entities that are on the other side. So if I go on the screen zone, for example, and I shoot this, I can still shoot that purple entity. And I can also just go ahead and destroy that buggy which sits on that other zone. There you go. Always fun to blow stuff up, right? All right. So
this is Pico abuse.
This is Pico abuse. The first thing I will do, let's spawn a fresh buggy. I just destroyed my old one. When I go into this buggy, I will become part of the aggregate, and that means that now my buggy and myself will transition our authority together.
The black magic here is the speed of the authority transfer. That's AWS. As far as I understand, that's the reason why they chose AWS, is because how fucking fast that shit can work. Because of how insanely good that is.
That's how we make sure that my player, while he's driving this buggy, is always authoritative on the same server. So you can see, as I drive around.
God fucking. Oh, now that I've seen, I saw this live, but it didn't really gather it until I actually see it like this. You think this is CIG, not just AWS? Oh, okay.
Switch between the different servers.
EA and Blizzard. CIG was able to do this with donated funds and rented servers. A box of scraps in a cave.
All right. But there's more to this. So remember when I...
So each of these graphics, if you look at this over here mentioned is the red. That is a separate server from the green, which is separate from the purple. And what he's doing is basically driving, interacting with objects on multiple servers at once. So he's able to seamlessly transfer between one server and another server without any loss. If I remember correctly, the issue isn't scale, it's cost. That's the problem at this point, is how many servers do you want to use? Because server renting is expensive. expensive. And also, at what scale do you want to do for performance? Because you want to make it at a certain size so you can get better performance over some of these servers and some of that kind of stuff, you know? So we need more bone.
Turned on the streaming earlier. The same streaming mechanics work here as well. Like, obviously, in this example,
the PES is why CIG couldn't address the object transfer between players. Fixing the transfer process wasn't easy and worthy of discussion in its own right. I can't wait for that GDC. Because you know that's a GDC talk right there. The whole PES server meshing thing, like this entire thing it's definitely a GDC worthy talk about how you get this fucking voodoo shit in here. So
right now you can see all those servers, they have all those entities replicated.
Oh no, this won't just fix 30Ks. It'll also it ends 30Ks, but it also allows for more players in servers. It allows for more AI in servers. It allows for more interactions with objects. You can add more things. You can have AI flying around in space, all without reduced quality of servers and player FPS and all that kind of stuff. All of those are still going to be high. So it completely kills all of the problems that everybody has with Star Citizen currently. So at that point, it's just a matter of optimization and performance improvements. That's it.
And it's a little bit wasteful.
Yeah, it allows for Pyro. It allows for multiple systems.
3 servers all need to replicate all those entities. And that's where streaming come into play. I can turn on streaming here, and you will see that suddenly my purple server no longer has the red area streamed in. And the red server
it's not just good AI, it's good AI that's trained to be a bunch of dicks.
No longer has the purple area streamed in. So let's see what's happened when I drive my buggy backwards into that into the red zone. What happens on that purple server?
They put the new AI in Pyro, by the way. And it was terrifying. I didn't play it myself, but I saw someone go up there. They're like, I'm going to just do this ground mission. You know, those relic, or those, I call them relic outposts, but the ruined outpost areas. They went down to rescue a hostage. I saw somebody and like, oh yeah, there's only a couple. And then there were like 30 AI FPS just walking around, and they attacked them. They pushed them. They were starting to flank the player at the time. Was like, oh, fuck you, fuck all of this, fuck you, fuck this, fuck everything. So derelict, yeah, that was fucking Pyro with the current technologies and the solar flares.
And I just disappear. So right now on this server, there's only Benoit.
So because he's here, he doesn't give a shit about the purple servers. So for him, the purple server doesn't exist. So he's entirely streamed out of the purple server. The purple server is not sending any information to him in the buggy. That's what this means. So that means that server is no longer having the load of that player, which means that the player doesn't have to load any of the assets from that server, which means the server load goes down. That's one of the reasons why server meshing is so important for performance for servers, because it reduces the number of entities that players will spawn. So, yeah, it will load, but right now, because he can't see it, he can't physically shoot into that server, there will be no way to do it, because it just doesn't exist.
Replicated. And Benoit, if you come...
But replication lowers updated information of the object, so when the purple server comes back, all the object location and damage will show. Exactly. So it'll still come back, it's just not for that player, but it's stored in a separate server, so the server itself can only focus on the bullshit. So
come to me over in the red area. You will see that now on this server, there's no client at all.
150 players? Fuck that. We're going to get 300 players in one location. CIG are nuts. They'll do their best to try to push it as much as themselves.
And in theory...
Yeah, it's no longer taking any space, but it's also not taking... The thing is, it's not really that the client's not taking... the client is no longer taking any space on that server. So that means the server can allocate resources to whatever else it needs to. Right now, we have one server, and everywhere a player goes, it has to spawn entities, which then become part of the server. Anytime they drop something, it gets left on that server, and it's all connected to the game server. which has its own replication layer, but that's still connected to the server itself, not separated from the main replication layer. So now that everything is spooled off into its own replication layer, you can just yeet it off to the replication layer, and the game server doesn't have to deal with it if that player leaves. It can just despawn that area. It doesn't have to worry about that, or just keep it there. Is this game legit or nah? Nah, it's a scam. 100%.
We could now completely stream out the entire area on that server, or stream in a new area. And you will also see, as I drive back into the green area, I will magically reappear on that purple server. And this obviously works on the other side as well. Let's get a couple more player join. I have a couple more.
Is the game a scam? No, it's not a scam. Is it an early access game with a lot of problems? Yes. The game, I would definitely not suggest any new players play Star Citizen right now. It looks fantastic, but it does not play as good. A lot of the stuff we saw here and the stuff that you've been seeing, like the trailers and stuff that's been going around everywhere, those are all demos of things that are going to be added in future patches. So before the end of this year or sometime next year. So it will get better. It's just not good right now. There is probably going to be a free flight in IAE, which is probably the end around Thanksgiving. US Thanksgiving. So you'll be able to play it for free. You can just download the game and play it for a week. So that might be a good time to test it out. It'll be the server performance is going to be absolutely fucking awful. You're going to hate your life, but it'll be good. No, but you'll enjoy it. Actually, no, they might actually have the replication layer added by that point. So it could be, but
more QA.
Oh, we're definitely a cult.
So you can just see the whole thing running at live. Running in live with a bit more things going on.
Legit edge case question. If he's in the same area and he launches a bounty entity around the corner, ball, grenade, or whatever, if the purple server doesn't exist for him, how does the servers handle the bouncing entity? Because if he's in the purple area, he's throwing the grenade through the green area, so it's going to go through the green area, and then that object will be streamed into the purple area because it goes around the corner. Because it's just being handed off from one server to another. It only streams out if you can't absolutely not have to contact with that server in any way. So, CIG has made a deal with the Chaos Gods. That's the answer. This is all Zinchian shit.
Let me get out of this buggy.
Yeah, it's all in the replication layer, anyways.
And you will see on each server renderer which clients are currently replicated on those servers.
They're still active as long as they have players there, and like that's what dynamic does. Is if there's no players there, then it can turn off that server or reduce it down to just one big server because it doesn't have to worry about them. And then as more players come in, they can spawn more servers as they need to for the whole thing. So we're talking about a lot of technical stuff. All of this stuff here was at the latest major convention called CitizenCon. I actually was there personally, publicly. I was actually on that stage. But on the stage sheet that he's on. But I didn't get to see a lot of it because I was working in it, so.
Servers?
Yes, it's only a test channel. It's running in 10.13, but once they think it's going to work, then they'll put it into 3.21. So like 3.21 is the replication layer patch. So it'll be in a 3.21.x patch once it's ready. Do be pretty tall.
And
I am pretty tall.
Are actually
How much funding have they received? Over the last 11 years, they've received a total of over $600,000. No, $600,000. $600 million from 2012 to today. It still seems naive to try to speculate in player counts. We have no idea the actual upper limits, but in theory, there is no upper limit. It's a matter of cost. They could do insane numbers. It would just cost fuck tons of money. But if they have insane numbers of players, they'd have fuck tons of money. So it's an issue of other stuff. So $6,000, yes. More than 9,000. Yeah, 617 million. But it's also important to note that that's stretched over the course of 11 years. So it's not like they made $600 million today. It was like they started at, I think first year was like 50 million, and then they made about, or no, it was like 20 million. And then like the next couple of years, they made like 50, 60, 70 million. And then the last 3 years, they've like gone way up higher. So split between 2 games, yeah.
Actually authoritative on those servers. And you can see this, the green server, because it's the middle one.
Question, how long do you think it will take to test replication layer? Probably through most of November. I imagine, so the Pyro test is also the replication layer test. And I imagine they're going to take at least a month to get it done. So it'll be hard to tell if they get it done. They may be really confident, it may work really well, and if it works really well, then they'll be able to roll it into the main live server pretty quickly. But yeah, it's a brand new engine. Like what we're seeing right here is the Star Engine patch, Star Engine, which this is part of. It's a brand new game engine that they developed out of a bunch of other developed engines, but it's officially its own engine, its own standalone engine. So. How long do you think it'll take a player to break it? 5 seconds.
And then you can see this purple one at the moment only.
On the 31st. That's when you're going to get it. The Pyro test is also this test for some of this stuff. So yeah. And the reason why they linked them together is because they're fucking brilliant. And I applaud the player experience team or whoever the hell made this decision, because it's a brilliant way of getting people to test the preview in volume, because no one really cares about this stuff unless they and like in terms of gameplay, there's not like enough gameplay to really test it. So what they're doing is they're using Pyro to test this stuff to make sure it's working, because people will play the fuck out of Pyro because it's new. So it's brilliant. As I confirmed, Pyro test is also the replication layer test. Yes, it is. It was said in the little announcement they sent out there that it's a replication layer and Pyro test. So race conditions between shards, that is literally something they've been talking about in the monthly reports. They've been trying to deal with those. So got it on a stick. Exactly.
Replicated.
Water is good.
Yeah. So yes, this is pretty much it. I hope you guys enjoyed this. It has been a long time to come to.
The Pyro test in October was for a select group of people, but it also Dritz, it's also going to be scaled with they're going to use the PTU scale. So wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, wave 5. So they'll eventually everyone will get the chance to play it. It's just initially it's only one person. So they're going in waves. So everyone will be able to play them. They want to do previews where everyone can play them, but yeah.
To this point, and I just can't put in words how much tech and work we had to put into this. Big shout outs to the network team. Big shout outs to the online services team.
Can we get a petition to like buy wizard hats and send them to the network team? Just like give them wizard hats. Just be like, you've earned this.
Big shout out to Chris to let us doing this.
Star embroidered capes.
It's been a really long journey to get to this point. And I've got to say, the team has done an amazing job. They've been working.
At least three of the 6 planets will be available. So at least half the planets will, possibly more. I was told that the reason why they didn't have Pyro 4 and 5 was because they had collision mesh issues. So they didn't want to put them in yet. So it'll be at least the thing we saw at CitizenCon.
Diligently for the last 4 or 5 years. We've had a couple of false starts. We finally have an incredible, the way the replication layer works and how we can spin up servers and down and keep the state constant, even if a server goes down, is, I think, a genius design. And the first time I saw this, about 3 weeks ago.
So do you think 3.9 Pyro full release by January? You mean 4.0? No, I think we're still going to see 4.0 at the end of next year because they still got a lot of other things they got to deal with, like the third quarter next year.
Working fully, I cried. It's like giving birth.
Yes, we do. We need to give them. Oh gosh, what is it? Machine priests or tech priest robes.
Yes.
We did it.
We need to give them a servo skull. That's what we need to do. We need to send them a servo skulls.
And we wouldn't have been able to do this and work on this kind of tech without all your support.
That's right.
100%.
Now, you guys
and your trust.
allowing us to take the time to do it right, to really build
They
it.
can use my
So
skull.
thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So much for everyone, and thank you everyone at CIG that's really worked hard to deliver all this amazing.
This guy
stuff
looks like the
that will
AstroPub.
be either in your hands now or in your hands.
'Cause I
very
am.
soon. And this
Hey,
is just
Buck.
the beginning of CitizenCon.
Are you
We've got
talking
a lot
about
more
Chris?
stuff to
Yes,
show
Chris
you.
is my dad.
Yeah.
That's what we need for this
Right.
MMO,
Thank
guys.
you.
That's what we need.
Great demo, by the way.
So yeah, Star Engine TM. All right. Our dad. Hey, yo-yo. You're still here. That's great. Let me pull up the next one. All right. So I'm going to take a quick break and use the pissoir, and then I come back and we're going to watch the next one. So, I like the Astro historian better. Sorry.
I'm pilot.
He's a more handsome dude. That's for sure. He's more handsome, powerful. He's definitely a Sigma male. That Astro historian guy.
News, everyone. Good news.
All right, I'm back. I'll head out. Be right back.
2 months. Distress bacon.
Drugs.
2 months. Distress
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
Drugs.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
I'm fly. I'm pilot.
2 months.
I'm fly.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
I'm pilot.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Stop it. Stop it. I'm appalled and proud of all of you. So for those of you who don't know, this is a tradition in the chat is whenever I leave, especially for office hours, the chat loses their mind with the audio stuff. I'm turning it off. Last chance. 3, 2, 1. Chat will play. I still think the way with the roundup change of all Squadron 2 the end of mid-December and nothing stated for next year yet. Star Squadron 42 released by Christmas, New Year's. This year? Fuck no. No. Like, they need to polish the shit out of that game, and it's going to take them at least a year. My guess is 1.5 to 2 years to polish it. And they've entered the polishing stage, I think probably around July is based off the monthly reports that I saw. June, July. When they started using the word beta fucking recklessly, which was, I think, July. By the way, I talked with Xylo about it, and I was like, I asked him, like, what the fuck is post-alpha? Because I was asking him who writes the monthly reports, and he said, you know who writes the monthly reports? And I go, no. He goes, I do. And I'm like, so you're the motherfucker who put post-alpha. What does post-alpha mean? And he says, well, I know this guy who's a historian who gets really worked up when I say stuff like that, so I decided just to put it in there. Like, Xylo, you piece of shit. The problem is that I don't know if Xylo's fucking with me or not, because Xylo likes to fuck with me, and he's very good at it. So I don't know if he's true or not. Chat rides the warp as well. We are all heretics. I was an application developer specializing in inventory control. I could barely keep up with the database stuff. So, door slams, yes. Yes, that's right. We need fishing. That's true. Yeah, it's going to be hard. Like, this is really hard. Maybe release of Squadron 42 at 1 or something like that. So, Xyle good at fucking confirmed. I mean, I'm not going to say no. Bone! Bone! We get the bone, chat. You get bone.
How you doing, Los Angeles? Boys, a lot of you here. It's great to see you. Hi. My name's David, but everyone calls me Bone. Don't ask. Or maybe ask me later.
They did ask. Tree is not told me anything yet, though. Tree, please tell me if you're here.
My job is to oversee all the technical implementation of the UI across the company. And if I'm lucky, I get to do some programming from time to time.
I feel Bone may be an assassin.
At previous CitizenCon, one in the flesh, in Manchester, I talked about UI tech with my friend and colleague, Zane Bien.
Please tell us, Northern Trooper. What did you learn? Can you tell us anything? Does he know where the bodies are buried? What do I anticipate for Squadron 42's release? So at CitizenCon, I expected them to announce it for 2024 and then release it for 2025, like have a 3-month delay. So like end of 2024 and then delay it to like March or April or June of 2025. Now I'm still thinking June of 2025, but maybe December of 2025. Even if it's in polishing stage, you still need a lot of time and effort to really polish and work on it. So I think they still want to shoot for a 2024 release, but I don't think they're going to make it. Not through their own fault or anything like that, just because it just takes time. Sometimes shit happens and you don't realize it, so. Just ripped off with Bone Date and tell us. Meadows from damage reflects in real time on the FPS map, and you'll be happy about the cartography rooms, AstroPub, and the other ones for Tree to tell. Okay.
And we were making new tools and technology to help our developers with to develop their UI. So that was a few years ago now.
Yeah, it looks really fucking good, but it could be better.
I'm really privileged to share with you how this technology is being utilized by our talented designers to help improve your experience in the verse.
Yeah.
So
Chris said specifically a year to 6 months, and I think he said a year, but I believe 6 months is probably the minimum you'd want for an activation like that. It's been a while since I've been in marketing, so most of the stuff is through osmosis, through talking with other people who do marketing and activations, because I'm a streamer, so I'll be able to talk with people who work in the industry with development. And generally speaking, my experience is it's about 6 months to at least 6 months for an activation. A year is a really good activation. If you have a year run up for activation, you can do a lot of things, but it really depends on your budget. You missed about 3 hours of the stream. We're going to go through this for the last 4 hours.
Along with some of my UI friends that are hidden out the back there, we'd like to show you some of these improvements which are going to help you, the players, navigate the Star Citizen universe.
I love the quote. I haven't seen this panel, so I don't know.
Why are we doing this? Well, Star Citizen is big, really big. There's so many unique places, massive planets, moons, space stations, rest stops, there's just loads of places to explore. We have a huge range of spaceships of all shapes and sizes. And there's an enormous amount of things to do and see. And people
I think,
to
yeah,
meet,
a lot of
and all
3.22
this
is
can
going
be
to have
shared
UI.
with
So
friends online. And as we've seen today,
this is the
as
bone
our
panel.
amazing online technology grows.
Oh, yeah. I expect Mark Hamill to come back because Mark Hamill is a good friend with Chris Roberts. So I think he definitely, same with John Rice Davies, maybe Gillian Anderson. I think they'll do like the talk show host rackets and stuff like that. But
it takes great leaps, and our online player count grows. The possibilities become almost endless. So how are we going to make sense of all this? Right. Well, one of the main ways we do this is with a user interface, or UI for short.
notice that what he's using is the Squadron 42 helmet. So this is the Squadron 42
well,
assets.
that's where we come in, fortunately, being the UI guys. And we do this in loads of ways that you see already, whether it's your vehicle MFDs, or the hood, or the kiosks, where you get your spaceship, or you trade commodities, or buy weapons, and all manner of diegetic UIs that you see. Diegetic meaning like things in the world that you can interact with. But our first real opportunity is through that.
Got any guesses? I think before the end of the year. Because of what they said. They said a lot of the stuff is planning to come into 3.22. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it before the end of the year. If not before the end of the year, then I think first quarter patch next year. First or second quarter patch next year. It's like March of 2024. But like soon.
The helmet visor display. Now, the visor display gives you vital information about your status and the environment around you.
I have no idea when we're going to see this Squadron 42 come back. So, not at all.
But this display.
They started moving devs over, about 2 months ago. I caught that they were done with a lot of stuff. I didn't want to say that they were moving devs over because they didn't say that specifically, but they definitely stopped working on a lot of stuff. Like the UI was done in May or June. It was just done.
Display has gone through many iterations over the years, and it's been built upon and adapted. And I don't know if who remembers Arena Commander 1.0 that came out.
I remember it.
It came out about a year
That's
after
when I was a PvP sweat lord.
Which was primarily space combat and racing, so the visor was geared towards that. And then it evolved with our first adventures into the online universe. And as all the features get added and all these new things, the visor grows and we put things on it to show you different statuses.
I'll tell you exactly when 3.22 is releasing. 3.22 is releasing on December 22nd, 2023. Give or take a couple of days. Why? Because December 22nd is the weekend before Christmas. That's when CIG goes on break. I have to ask my friends at CIG when they go on break, but I'm pretty sure that's the start of their break.
Is unlike
you can quote me on it.
Tells you all about what's going on.
I work in film and commercials. There's a clause in the strike contract that video games and commercials are unaffected, so it might be a gray area. It also depends on the companies, because there were some companies specifically that recognized the strike right away and gave them everything they wanted. So they basically were removed from the strike conditions. There was one film company that had that. So and there is currently a SAG strike that's going on against video games specifically. That is similar reasons. So but that's different. So that's specifically for voice mocap actors and voice actors, because I believe the issue is they don't pay them enough to do both. So But the strike also forbid conventions and promotions. I believe it was only for products that were specifically under the different studios, but it could be all of them. But yeah, CIG wouldn't want to fuck with the SAG on it, with SAG on it. So no, Todd Pappy was at CitizenCon. Todd Pappy gave the presentation on base building. I stared into his beautiful eyes. I have a picture with Todd Pappy. Like, yeah, hold on. Let me pull it up. I'll just do it on my phone because it's really this way. That's me on the left, and that's Todd Pappy in the middle, and that's Tree 0311 in the CIG parking lot. I didn't see Tony Z.
This evolution, we sometimes lose focus.
Well,
there's so much we need to know, and when we need to know it is important. So how do we zero in on what's important?
Maybe that wasn't. A24 got the exemption. Thank you. Yeah, that was what it was.
So leaning on this technology that Zane and I and the UI Tech team wrote a few years ago, we're trying to take a smarter perspective and rework.
Feel free to go check it out. I don't think CIG doesn't have it officially released. All the ones that are there are rips from the stream, which are not bad quality, but they're rips. So
the visor for you. So
did you hear we'll be able to save our character? Yes. This is going to sound smug. It's not meant to be smug. But I've known we've been able to save our character. We're going to be able to save our character for like 2 months now. So for those of you who don't know, CIG every month releases 2 monthly reports. One for Squadron 42 and one for Star Citizen. And I read all of them live here on the office hours on Thursdays when they first come out, which is usually the first week of the month. Well, Star Citizen one comes out the first week of the month. The Squadron 42 goes out specifically to people who have signed up for the newsletter for Squadron, but then it comes out for everybody else the next week. And I've been doing this for a couple of years now, where I read it and kind of post it online. And I've seen the trend. And so me and Latree and a couple other people who do this frequently saw the trend that CIG was doing with how they were developing. Like Squadron 42 was a lot of fucking polish mentioned, a lot of other completing this, wrapping up that. And then they just dropped the fucking beta word in July saying that audio was straight up going to beta. And I was like, they're finishing work. And no one fucking believed me. And then they fucking released the goddamn video at CitizenCon. And I said, now I was wrong. I thought they were going to announce a release date. And said they're going into beta and a release date, but they didn't do the release date. But they basically said well, not beta, it's polishing something. It's technically different, but you know. Oh, I thought to save our character from the Oni crab. I should have asked him. I didn't.
I'm not going
I
to
should
tell
have
you
asked
about
him.
that.
I got to talk to him a couple
invite
times.
Simon Bursey onto the stage, and he can tell you more about it. Simon? You on this?
Paul, that's a great way of putting it. Paul absorbs the dev processes like he does lore. He did me before it. Meet it for data. It's just so anyone who has a background in history, especially for like college, if you go to college for history, probably recognizes this. And I think a lot of other social sciences do this as well. We're used to working with fragmented information. So we're used to working with bits of information here and there. And so what we do is we develop, we find connections between these different pieces of data and then weave connections between them based off of observations. And the more data we have, the easier it is to make those observations. We fill in the gaps. And a lot of times we're wrong, but generally speaking, the more information we have, the more we fill in the gaps. And then at a certain point, you don't need the full picture because you can see all of how the other pieces put together. That's kind of how reading these sort of things works. It's similar to that. You're being able to put pieces together from other parts that were mentioned earlier or were mentioned in other locations, and that gives you a better picture of what's going on. Fucking post-alpha.
Okay, so Star Citizen, as you know, is a big project which has evolved over its lifetime. Early on in the project, we added the visor, which is the display you see on your helmet when you're walking around the universe.
Yeah, to a degree, metadata, similar to that, but yeah.
In first person. Because the game is always expanding, we often add new gameplay features, and with those come new UI. The various
so tell me, who were the Sea People that destroyed the Bronze Age? The Sea People are a myth. They didn't exist. The Bronze Age collapse was for other reasons. The Sea People is recent information has proven that from archaeological data and other information we found that the Sea Peoples were mostly a thing that Egypt talked about, and it was very minor. So we've established a lot of things. There's other factors. A lot of it had to do with the Bronze Age collapse and the tin shortage, but yeah. That solves that mystery. Yeah, it's one of those things that's only come out in the last 10 years. That the studies have been kind of coming out and doing that. So
teams slotted pieces into whatever place made sense at the time, but this eventually meant the view became very complex. As you can see, the current live UI can get very cluttered. We have lots of information competing for your attention, so you don't always know where to look, and sometimes the overlaps can make things difficult to read. So, as you can probably tell, the UI team wanted to do a redesign.
Paul's a human data miner. All social scientists are. That's our shit. It's the only way we can get up in the morning. It's the only way that we find meaning in life is by mining the shit out of people's psychologies. Most social scientists are also psychologists. So technically, psychology is also a social science for that reason. Because a lot of it is observation, interpretation, evaluation, interpretation.
We wanted to improve the player's experience by presenting the important information in a clear way. We also needed to create a new framework that supports all the existing features and allows us to add more in future. And finally, we wanted to bring the visuals up to the high standard we're setting for Squadron 42 and soon the Star Citizen persistent universe. So how do we go about that? I believe user interface should always be a collaboration with the teams who build the underlying features. So we worked closely with them on a new layout, keeping some pieces, combining others, and maybe getting rid of a few. Once we'd figured out the design, we built a new framework using our 3D UI system, and then we worked closely with the various game teams to take all that complex data that existed before and hook it up to the new user interface. When we designed player-facing UI, we often tried to start with the worst case first, so we can see everything we have to deal with. It was important for us to keep the central area as clear as possible to make it easier for you to see the underlying game. We designed a set of regions that attach to the different parts of the view, and with each of those, we have a set of widgets that can show, hide, and stack when you need them. So, I've told you about...
So the Bronze Age societies didn't actually see people when they collapsed? No, they saw people. They saw people a lot. They just didn't see the sea people.
Everything we wanted to achieve. But wouldn't it be great to see it in game? Does anybody here want to see a live demonstration?
Zane did, not this guy.
Good. I was hoping you'd say that, otherwise it would have been a very short demo. Okay, so we're going to show you some of our new UI running live in the game. Everything you see is in real time, but I have to tell you we've created a special mission just for the show,
which
is a little different to what you see in the live game.
Nothing happened.
Okay, so as you can see, Bones driving.
Oh God, Bone.
I'm going to say Bones' name a lot, and the other guys too, so it's probably the most times you'll hear that any presentation.
That's it. Bone is Red 1. He's this year's Red 1. Okay.
Okay, welcome to the Orison Providence platform. You may have spotted it earlier, but today is the first time we've shown the new visor we developed and tested in Squadron 42. But you'll be happy to know all the UI you see today is going to make its way to Star Citizen.
The compass. I see the compass.
But this is secret UEE Navy tech, so we'll give it a different look for the persistent universe. As you can see, the display is very clean by default. Many of the elements are contextual, meaning they appear when you need them to avoid cluttering the screen. We've also temporarily hidden a couple of things,
Glenn 2.0.
so we can focus on them later in this demo. Okay, Bone, let's move into the scene, please.
All right.
Okay, when we get a new mission objective, it appears in the top right of the screen. And you can see that our first mission is to repair a radiation leak. We've done a major overhaul of the augmented reality marker system, so we can follow the yellow on-screen marker to get to our objective. At the top of the screen, you'll also see
I don't know if Glenn
compass.
still works there. I don't think he does.
Okay,
He
Bone,
might still.
let's head towards the objective.
Melissa Estrada
We were already,
still works
we
for
were already
CIG.
happy with the way the player status widgets worked, showing you contextual information about your character and environment. So we've given them some visual polish and added a few new ones.
This system sounds like it could also work with Toby's Clean UI system. I wouldn't be surprised if Toby worked with CIG on it. They have a very close working relationship, so I wouldn't be surprised if they talked about each other. It was Zane. Zane is the UI guy. You'll see him in a moment.
The environmental radiation here is quite high, and over time,
I
it will
love
wear
the
down our suit
REMs.
and damage the player.
Hold on.
Hey guys, if you're into dystopian, hey guys. So before I dive into the web app and show you Fallout, classical stuff, so we've done one versatile. I think this is good for drive, awesome nature.
Damn it, I can't find it. All right, I'm just gonna risk it. I was gonna play Fallout music, but because the
Looks like we can see the source of the radiation there. I think somebody's damaged a pipe, so how are we going to fix it?
God, that's a
If we were in
Okay.
space, we could use the salvage.
I don't know if Night Cobb is here. Am I dead now? I'm at 60 millisieverts per second. Am I dead? That's that feels like I'm dead.
Salvage and repair ship. Luckily, UEE have some advanced portable tech. Bone, please equip the military multi-tool. The military multi-tool from Squadron 42 has various modes, one of which gives us the ability to salvage and repair while on foot. Okay, Bone, let's use the multi-tool to repair that pipe.
Oh, we're at 96 millisieverts.
Okay. Right, we can see at the bottom left of the screen, the radiation levels are decreasing.
Multi-tool.
So let's
Yes, the
head into the
multi-tool.
scene.
Is it millisieverts?
Go on, Bone.
Millisieverts?
Let's
I thought it was
walk forwards a bit.
millisieverts. Millisieverts? MSV? Yeah.
Okay. Now we fixed the damage, we need to find the enemies that caused it. While we're on the way, you'll notice that the on-foot emissions at the top of the screen. We're emitting infrared, electromagnetic radiation, and also sound. If any of these go higher than the
Sieverts.
background levels,
Okay, sieverts. I
it
thought it
will be
was
easier
civets.
for the enemies to detect us.
I think it's because I hear a lot of
Let's
British
take a look
people
at the bad
pronounce
guys,
it. They call
Bone.
it civets.
As part of the emissions and radar tech, we also have the ability to scan while we're on foot. If we tap the button, we can do a quick scan to reveal everything, to reveal info about anything that's in our view currently.
Rad.
So Bone, let's
Okay.
do a quick scan. This highlights whatever's in our line of sight.
Hey. So I know a lot of people are upset with like basically being wall hacks, but I'm like it's like our current ping system where you can still see stuff you shouldn't be able to see necessarily. It's like sonar or radar, so it's not too bad. And a lot of people are like, oh, this is ruining my immersion. It's like it's gonna help a lot with being able to see things The problem is seeing things.
There's also some risk and reward to the scanning system. By holding the button, we can charge our scanner, and this reveals enemies through walls using a more powerful wave. But it does cause a spike in our emissions, which makes us easier to detect. Okay, let's do a charge scan, please, Bone. Okay. We can also see the augmented reality box outs, which give us a summary of what we've detected.
Oh yeah, very cyberpunk.
Okay, let's have a look at our weapons. Let's get the gun out, please, Bone. Okay, we wanted to help the player see their equipment during combat, so we upgraded the weapons display. As well as the ammo in the gun and the spare mags in their pockets, we also now show the player's explosives and med pens. Okay, let's fight the bad guys. There you can see our new explosives marker, designed to help you spot deadly grenades, mines, and missiles more easily.
Ow. I got you covered. Oh, then they're gonna. Yeah, now they're flanking.
You can do it. Okay. Well done, Bone.
I heard the reload. I heard the reload.
Success. Okay. There's no more hostiles nearby, so let's take a moment to talk about the MobiGlas. The MobiGlas is the Star Citizen equivalent of your smartphone. It has various apps that hook into the gameplay systems. Like all the UI we're showing you today, we wanted to redesign it with the player's usability in mind.
All right, so here's the question, though. Do you need night vision when you can see the silhouettes of people like that? I don't think so. It's basically better than that whole thing. Was the UI for Star Citizen also done in May? I think it was June or July. But a lot of the stuff was done in May. I think the UI system, specifically because the MFDs kept fucking them up. And they actually came up with a cool idea, which I think is showed off. Here, it might be shown off in the other panel. About being able to take MFDs off of the MFD and put them on the visor. So.
Make it look good, and also lay the groundwork for future expansion. Let's bring up the MobiGlas, please, Bone.
That looks so much better. It's so much better. Oh, they have the MS on there. They have millisieverts.
Pretty cool,
Millisieverts.
We've redesigned the interface to give a smoother
That's just
user
background
experience.
information, though.
We've overhauled the visuals, as you can see, to make it feel more three-dimensional and holographic. This is actually a sneak peek of the UEE military MobiGlas we've created for Squadron 42. This version has a focused selection of apps, and we're going to expand on that when we bring the MobiGlas to the Star Citizen persistent universe.
Yeah. So someone said, "Oh, what about the Galactopedia?" This is the UEE. This is the Squadron 42 MobiGlas. So, oh, there's these updates. Have you played Mass Effect? You remember what happens when you encounter something new, like a new species or a new location? Your lore ping updates, right? Yeah, the same thing.
It'll also have more of a smartphone feel in the
You look real in person. The Codex, yeah. That's what the MobiGlas or the Galactopedia is like that in Star Citizen or Squadron 42. It just does the same thing. We've already started updating the Galactopedia in there, so. Let's see who that was. No, this I am live. What you're watching isn't live. Dark Hour, thank you so much for rating, and of course.
Iron Dragoon 01 just gifted 10 subs.
You madman, thank you so much for gifting those 10 subs there, Iron Dragoon. You are a very important pupper, very impressive bizzer, very neat pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Night Vision is actually on their list to do? Okay. What's the likelihood, based on your experience of CitizenCon, that we'll see that we will see a lot of what they showed us by the end of the year? I would say about 50%. I wouldn't be surprised if we get 3. If we get about half of that stuff.
Tree_San just gifted 2 subs.
Thank you for giving those subs there, Tree saying you're both very important pubbers, very neat pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat. My son keeps calling a Pip boy. Call it a MobiGlas, because that's its technical kind of name is the MobiGlas. It's MobiGlas, but it's but everyone like the Mobi mods and stuff like that. But it's like looks like Mobi. Well, the MS, this looks like to be the background radiation, because this says radiation, but I don't think it has the names from over here. So this must be RADS or GY.
With a wider range of apps. Okay, let's briefly talk about this home screen. It gives us an overview of our health, the environment, and even our ship. We can also check our mission objective. Okay, so that's enough about the MobiGlas. We've got some more really cool UI just around the corner.
I don't think the MobiGlas may not make it into 3.22 because this seems like they're mostly using the Squadron 42 assets. So I would doubt that we'd see this necessarily in 3.22 because this sounds like it's still a couple of months away.
And to tell you a bit more about that is the very talented Zane Bien.
Yeah, Zane, this is the one. This is the person who worked on Iron Man 3. Iron Man. I think all of them.
Throughout human history, as we have ventured towards the allure of the unknown, we have used cartography as a key component to help shape our understanding and make sense of the world around us. Without these systems in place,
Zane is jacked.
Catalog our...
This whole CitizenCon is proof that they have been putting 90% of development into Squadron and nothing has been brought into the MMO yet. Not really. There's definitely a lot of the features are definitely been focused on Squadron 42. But that was the point, was to build it out in Squadron 42 and then bring it over to Star Citizen because the way they were doing it before wasn't working. So, when do you think Squadron 42 will come out? I think 2 to 3 years. I think 2025. I think they're still trying to get it out by 2024, but I think they'll end up getting it out by middle of the year 2025, or at worst, the end of the year 2025. Zane was the original UI artist. Zane was the one who worked on Iron Man.
Experiences and to chart our journeys, we are forever lost amidst our own environment, and we are just running around aimlessly. This is why it is super important.
I remember him being on the UI.
As citizens of our ever-growing, ever-evolving, persistent universe, are equipped with the tools necessary.
So next year, do they just do the CitizenCon again? Most of this stuff should be in the game before the end of next year. But like this is still going to take like 3 to 6 months. So they could be in 3.22, but I doubt it. A lot of the engine stuff will be in 3.22.
To make your ventures meaningful. So with that said, I want to show you something that I think is extremely cool. So Bone, our next objective is to go to the map kiosk and download a terminal.
IAE, we're going to see ships. I love this part. I love this. I saw this part.
Let's go ahead and activate it. What you see on screen, zoom out a bit, what you see on screen is a fully live 3D representation of the environment that we are in.
I love this. This was the biggest cheer I heard all day.
You can see callouts of the various default points of interest.
Torch
You
bone.
can pan the map around. You
I
can
do that all the
rotate it,
time.
and you can even cycle the floors that you're on to isolate the visuals of the
I do think that the map and the HUD are going to be, that might be in 3.22, but we'll see.
floor that you're on. So our current objective, it's much more interesting if we can actually take this on the go. So let's download it to our data bank. As you'll notice, we now have the representation of the environment in the upper left corner of our visor.
So this is the thing I saw so many people were upset with, because they were like, originally, they're like, I don't want to have a mini map because you could see everything. It's like, well, you don't have a mini map unless you download it, which is great, because this turns into exploration gameplay, which is maps. I've been saying it for years, and a lot of people get upset. I hope you like making fucking maps, because that's what you're going to be doing if you're an explorer. You're going to be mapping fuck tons of things and remapping things and mapping some more, you know, scanning for life forms, but you're just going to be mapping areas. That's all you're going to be doing. There might be some other things interesting in the areas when you map them, but generally speaking, it's mapping. Yeah.
Now, the thing that's really interesting to note at this point is not all environments will have such a convenient kiosk available. You may encounter rundown settlements, or
I don't want X-ray vision. It's limited X-ray vision as well.
you might come across a cave that no one else has ever set foot on before. What will happen in this instance is your radar will incrementally update your map, and it will incrementally reveal...
It feels like it would be worse for stealth. It would be stealth, but you have to ping it. It's an active ping. So you have to know to ping if you think someone's around you. So just don't get caught.
your environment and just save that to your data bank. So you kind of reveal it incrementally. So this map, what we see in the upper left corner of our visor, is not really just a map. What it really is actually data. It's our radar. And we can see...
I was thinking snipers at JT. Snipers at JT are already overpowered, because you can hide and no one can see you unless you're very lucky. And the range is another thing. So if you're hiding in the rocks at Jumptown, it may be hard to find you because you're hiding in Jumptown, unless they know where you are, generally speaking. And then it becomes easier, and then it becomes a problem for snipers. So
contacts on our radar as we scan. And it's basically what we have available in stored in our data bank. So because we have the location data saved to our data bank, we can obviously access that via our MobiGlas. So let's go ahead and pull it up in our MobiGlas, because this is going to get really...
Take it off, Zane! That's great. I like the coordinate system, too.
So, Bone, I would like you to cycle between the different floors for us, please. So you can see this lerping transition between the different floors and marker callouts of our objective and also where we are.
That's really cool.
I would like to talk a little bit about the tech behind this. What you're seeing is not a pre-baked asset.
Oh, yeah, he was over the moon.
That because all of our environments can be very dynamic, and they can change. They can take damage. Perhaps economic shifts might cause changes in the environment, and we can't export totally custom assets. So what we've done is we collaborated with our graphics team to enable us to render the environment in this way. And what it is we're actually whitelisting objects that we render and excluding everything that we don't need to render. So in our level markup, we basically have the designers and artists mark up only the bits that are necessary for the map. This lets us have a very compelling visual, but without much of the cost. So I think what we can do at this point, what I want to show you is something very interesting. So we might look around on this map and note down certain areas that might look interesting that we might want to revisit later.
Yeah, but like for instance, with this case, like you don't, there might be people in the loading bay, but because you haven't actively pinged, you don't see anybody in the loading bay. But if you you go over here and you see them in your loading bay and you turn open your map, you're suddenly going to see people in the loading bay because you're seeing them. So, hey Tom, how you doing?
We can see some doors on this map.
Oh yeah. And there can easily be jamming pings. That could be an equipment thing you can do. You can toss out a jammer and it'll prevent people from pinging or give false echoes or something like that, you know?
And these doors are entities that are called out on the map, and they may change state. So there can be some doors which have a locked state, which they will display red. And doors that are open.
I don't think the scan does know friend or foe, but it might in Squad 42.
And there are other entity callouts that can happen in our map. So let's go ahead and find a location to put down a pin, please, Bone.
Find a place, Bone.
Maybe
Bone.
that one. Maybe
Bone.
that door looks interesting. Press T. So what we can do is set a marker, and we can customize the details of that marker. Now, what you'll notice as well is as we set markers, there's metadata that is encoded into each of these markers on top of the customized name that we can specify. So we can mark as many markers as we want in this map. And these are all saved to our data bank, and we can eventually share these markers and even sell these markers on the market. So the thing about this, we can't really talk about markers without going.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the maps on ODST. It reminds me of the ODST map from Halo 3 ODST.
Without mentioning data running. So you might specialize in exploration, whereas perhaps a miner might specialize in the equipment, and they may make investments in their equipment. So you, as an explorer, might be in the business of going around and exploring and finding locations that are very valuable to other professions. And the role of these markers are very important in coming up with the data. And yeah, so it's very important. We can basically, when you name your markers, you can make it as maybe obvious, or you can leave it a mystery. So you'll have when you sell it on the market, you could get rated for how accurate the data is.
Okay.
So the other thing is we have a mission objective as well, and it would be very nice to be able to route to that mission objective. How do we get there? That is another purpose of the map, is basically navigating and letting us know the way towards that objective, towards a destination. So let's go ahead and plot a route to this objective.
Oh, that's cool.
So we can see a line being drawn from where we are up the stairs to our destination and where we want to go. So you'll no longer be lost amidst all of our super complex environments. And what's worth mentioning at this point, and what's really cool, is this under the hood is actually utilizing another piece of tech, AI pathfinding. And so what that allows us to do is leverage other existing tech to basically, it does all the heavy lifting, we just make it look pretty. So because of that, there are certain cases where the path might be blocked. It might have a locked door, or there might be a fire that is in our way. The AI pathfinding will account for that. It will go through doors, it will handle elevators, and it will handle
this is a Wendy's.
fires, locked doors, and it will just handle everything. So that is an example of sort of a piece of tech that we've leveraged under the hood to help us achieve this goal.
Nice.
So
is that dynamic pathfinding, like dynamic AI stuff? Huh. Or is it just normal AI? So what happens if a person with a high rep decides to scam a waypoint of valuable asteroids to a mining guild? Just count as a crime, or is the guild just SOL? The guild is going to reduce your reputation a lot, and anyone who has accompanying like reputation connections with that guild will also not like you, because your word will spread of you being a jackass. And so, you know the old saying that it takes a lifetime to build a reputation and 2 minutes to destroy it?
one last thing we can do at the moment is we want to ensure that there are no more hostiles in our way as we make our way to our objective. So,
what do you think your most lore thing to review again after the CitizenCon? The panels on the different like armors and stuff like that, like the Duster's armor and stuff like that. That was really good. So,
what we can do is we can send out a ping. Yes. Bone, if you send out a ping, please. So the scanning will also be represented in the map in the same fashion as it is when you're in FPS.
Oh, cool.
So we know that there's no more hostiles. Let's go ahead and make our way to our objective.
There'll be some sort of rating, yeah.
As you can see in the upper left corner, we now have the route line represented, our destination, and the distance it takes to get there. As we traverse this path, the path automatically updates, and if you deviate from that path, it will recalculate the route you need to get to your destination.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
So there's our buddy. He's flying in. So we'll make our way up to the Carrack here, to the right. You'll also notice the pin that we've laid down, as well as our marker objective called out on the map. And as you'll notice, as we head up the stairs, the floor will dynamically change as you head up the stairs. If we can get past this first bit, if we don't trip up.
He just tripped on his face.
So as we make our way,
oh, because he got hit by the thrusters
into the Carrack, it's not just environments or caves or cities. We can represent the ship on our interior map. And it's totally seamless as you transition between the two.
Nice.
So let's go ahead and pull up our MobiGlas again and get a wider view of our ship.
Question, do you think we'll have to use of data servers in ships to save all this info, or just to lease it when we have a certain amount of data?
So we are now on the technical deck.
Yeah, that's what the MSR does.
But we can also see the other floors. If you traverse the floors, Bone, just to demonstrate it. Here's our cartography deck. Down one. And our habitation deck. So you will have noticed from a previous presentation that this was very similar looking, right? It's utilizing our tech. So not only will this benefit you as a player, but it also benefits us
get
as
through
developers.
this because we've got
we generalize the system so that other developers can leverage
about 20
our map
minutes
to create compelling gameplay. So other teams can leverage our tech, and we leverage the tech from other teams, and it's a circle of life. And I think that's just too cool for school. So, we've been talking about environments, cities, representing ships on our map, maybe planet terrain. These are quite, I mean, our universe is quite big, right? That's only a small fraction of what our universe is.
Stop teasing me, Zane. Do it. Hit me. Hit me.
What happens? Have we tried this? What happens if we just take your mouse wheel and just zoom out a little bit? Keep going. Keep zooming out, all the way out, all the way out. Let's go, let's go. So, it's not just the interior map, it's not just the radar, it is the map. It is one single unified system just across different scales. And I want, at this point...
I've got 20 minutes.
We are above Crusader, and at this point, I want to invite Emily Hansen onto the stage to talk about the map as seen at this
Dr.
scale.
Hansen, thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Or no, it's Dr. Bone? That was Dr. Hansen.
Hello, CitizenCon. Are you ready for this?
No, it's Dr. Hansen. Is it?
Phone? Do you want to click on the marker?
Do it. Do it.
As you all suspected, this is the Starmap.
You can hear the attenuation kick in.
I'm so excited to be here today to reveal this to you all. I hope you're excited.
You might know Hansen from Elite because
Now,
there are several
I think
devs
we all
who worked
know
on
the current Starmap needed a bit of work. And we've done that. Now, mapping the universe is no easy task, but we've taken some big steps forward with this upgrade to make it so much easier for you to navigate the stars. Before we dive into the details, let's just take a second to admire Crusader's new look. Bone, why don't you take a look around?
So cool.
Much like the interior map, the star map is holographic. And this lets us add some cool interference effects and details to our planet textures. You can also see our improved player marker and that we're currently at origin.
I don't know if she did or not. If Celine said that she might have worked for Frontier, I don't know that.
Together.
I don't know the details.
The player marker takes priority,
Celine
which is why the marker displays.
If Celine knows the name from Elite, then I wouldn't be surprised because there are people who worked at Frontier who work at CIG.
The player icon and color. By smartly merging with bigger points of interest at larger scales, the player marker always remains visible to you.
Jacob Take, I want to get this game, but it scares how much people spend in this game. You only need $45. All of the ships are earnable in game. You don't have to spend a dime more than $45. Then none of this stuff is in the game yet. It's going to be in the game in the future, but like maybe as soon as the end of the year, but we don't know. And if you're unsure about it, check out the free fly. There's going to be a free fly in November, probably around U.S. Thanksgiving, where you can play the game for free. Just need an account, and it's free. You don't have to even give them their credit card.
You'll always know where you are relative to points of interest near and far. So, is everyone ready to see more? Bone, let's take the step back button. That's the one on the right over here. So we can take a look at Crusader and all of its moons.
I can see it's very much inspired by the star map, the Arc star map on the website. It feels very similar.
Yeah, so here we are, Crusader, its moons, orbits. You can also see that labels have received a major visual update. They're now fully 3D, and this gives them a really cool perspective. Most labels are aligned to the galactic plane, and they rotate with the map. Bone, give the map a spin.
Very cool.
Bone, can you tilt past the horizon, please? Cool. When we do this, the labels flip so you can always read them clearly.
Nice. It's cool. You don't have to though. Like basically any more than $45 is if you want to support the game. You can get ships for those pledges, but you don't have to. Those ships will always end up in-game cash. There are people who spend a lot of money on the game. I've spent a lot of money, though most of it has gone to giveaways and stuff like that. But you don't have to. I mean, the most rewarding experience I've ever had for Star Citizen is just with a package that I had that has $45 and just playing the game like that. It's really fun. You've only spent $850. I mean, I've spent, because I've paid for giveaways and stuff like that, I've spent like $20,000 in the game over the last 6 years. But again, almost all of that has gone to giveaways for the stream and such. So, so I've only really spent about $1,000 over the entirety of the 8 years I've backed this game, which isn't really that much in the comparison. So you can spend a lot of money. You don't really get an advantage out of it because you still have to learn to fly the ships and shit. But you know, hey Dracon, yeah, I call it 0 to hero, but a lot of people do it.
Labels for city
Well,
markets
you
and
missed Bone.
outposts work a little bit differently. Bone, let's double click on Selling now to focus on it.
That's great. Like that.
Surface labels face the camera and appear when they're in the central part of the planet, reducing on-screen clutter. Bone, want to show this in action?
That's nice. That's very nice. I didn't see this, so I like
Markers
that.
on the far side of the planet fade out, so they don't take focus from the locations you currently care more about on the near side of the planet.
That's very good.
Bone, can you double click on one of the points of interest?
I know you don't like holograms, but I like
As
this.
we selected this marker, its label will stay visible at all angles. So far, we've showed you that you can use buttons and double-clicking to jump to objects you're interested in. But wouldn't it be nice if you could also freely zoom out and into locations? Shall we try it, Bone? Let's zoom out until we can see Crusader. We wanted to ensure you have freedom to move around, but this flexibility requires us to be really careful about how and when markers appear. Markers need to disappear when they get too small, but also stay visible when they're still relevant to your view. This isn't simple because objects in a solar system are vastly different sizes. Think about the size of a star versus a planet versus you, the player.
And with multi-crew, a good chance you'll be with other people's
compared to a
ships.
star, right? Our solution is a technique we call cosmetic scaling. This allows us to draw a marker at its real size when we are close to it and artificially increase its size as we zoom out until we reach the point where it collapses into larger points of interest in the hierarchy.
If you buy the game, !Star Citizen, I think, or !SC. I get a little bit something for it, but not much. Yeah, there it is. You just click that link and use that link, or you can use my code, which is that at the end, the star KG7S NNPD. That's my code. So
you can see this in action here. There's no way Crusader and its moons are this size, at this scale in reality.
Welcome to the verse.
They've been scaled up massively.
One thing I will tell you there, Jacob Take, is that it's very early alpha. There's a lot of bugs, and it's very unoptimized. A lot of the stuff you're seeing here is going to be in the game in the future, but not right now. So just keep that in mind. You're going to have a bad time when you first put up the game. It's going to have problems. And make sure you have it installed on an SSD. Make sure that you have a decent CPU and decent GPU are pretty good, but the SSD is very important. And have enough RAM. You have to have at least 32 gigabytes of RAM. So
you can see them. Bone, let's zoom out a bit more so we can see the moons disappear.
I think this is a better star map. This is the best star map I've ever seen, though, to be quite honest. For any...
You can also start to see Crusaders orbit line around the sun here. But before we go back, before we move on to that, let's zoom back in so we can see everything come back as we get closer.
Nice. That's pretty good.
As well as zoom, you can also pan around the map unrestricted. Bone, feel free to have a quick look around. As we draw closer to a marker, the cursor automatically magnetizes to it. This ensures you never lose track of what you're trying to view when you zoom in. No more zooming in on empty space.
Hey!
Bone, let's use this technique to take a closer look at Yayla. The magnetic cursor does not require us to click on markers. Keep zooming in.
So it's gonna like drag and attack. Zoom in
Thank
more,
you.
Bone.
You can see that the surface markers appear without us needing to select Yayla itself. Imagine how much easier finding that out.
Yeah, the Galactopedia thing, I think that's because it's Squadron 42 based. That's what this is, because it updates when you see that. But it might actually be Star Citizen as well. That'd be a great addition for the Star Citizen as a nice little one.
Post will be now. Crusader, as you all know, isn't all there is, though. We've got a pretty big universe out here. Do you want to see some more? Let's have a look at the location further afield. Can we just pan to Calliope, maybe? Bone, let's give that a try. Yeah, I think we're getting lost. Pretty sure we can all disagree this might not be the best strategy. So what can we do? Bone, let's try clicking on the middle button over here. This returns us to our previously selected marker. As I mentioned, we did not select Yayla, so we've gone back to Selin. So now we know where we are. That's a step in the right direction, but we're still not at...
Galactopedia is integrated into the MobiGlas, so every time you do see anything, you'll pop up like that.
Calliope. So we need to find a different way. Bone, could you take a step? Could you use...
You should do a video setting the record straight about Star Citizen's development, good, bad, and ugly, history type of video. I feel like you and Salty Mike would do it well. From the roadmap reworks, project rescopes, employee exits, etc. Good people coming into Star Citizen for this time should know that we're long-time backers. No, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I think to a degree, as Star Citizen becomes more developed, though, a lot of that past history doesn't matter as much. I think a lot of backers are super obsessed with like the 2016 roadmap and the.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
The sandworm, for instance, but like new backers don't even know what the fuck that is. They only know what they see in front of them, and that kind of makes sense. I did plan on doing a Star Citizen kind of history video talking about the entire history of the game and how it was developed. I did a little mini kind of preview of that, talking about the procedural stuff. So
use the step back button until we can see the whole solar system, please.
There you go.
And there it is. I think Calliope is one of Microtech's moons. So if we double click on that bone, we should be able to see it. And there it is. Bone, let's pan to it and then zoom in so we can see that magnetic cursor in action again. Can you zoom in, Bone? Thank you. It's so cool to see more of our moons and planets and how different they all look. Okay, so this is great. But what if I hadn't already known where Calliope was? Surely there's a faster way. We've got you. We've provided a drop-down that lists the points of interest in the solar system. Bone, want to expand it now?
Fuck you. Fuck you.
We're actively working on ways to improve the way this list is presented to you, to make it even easier to find what you're looking for. And yes, this will include search functionality. But for now, Bone, let's use this to go to Ariel. I absolutely love zooming around on this map. Bone, want to find Area 18 for me?
This is exactly like the star map. This is exactly like the Arc star map. They basically stole these ideas, the interactions, which makes sense. The Arc star map won fucking awards, and people forget that.
So, Area 18 is currently on the dark side of the planet, it seems.
Why'd I say fuck you? Because it was like, I'm like, no, fuck this. There's no way they did this. No way they did this already. And of course they did. That's why I was like, I can't fucking believe that. I didn't actually see this panel yet. Like, I saw parts of it.
Of course, it's not just planets and moons. Bone, how about we take a look at Security Post Korea? It's quite a long way down, isn't it? This is where the upcoming search will really come in useful.
Boop.
Bone, want to zoom in a little and show off our holographic model of this station?
Oh, play Baby Shark.
Bone, can you also drop down again, please? Thank you. As you may have noticed, the recent list in the drop-down populates as you click on locations in the list.
Oh, nice.
It will remember your 3 most recent selections, so you can use this to quickly return to places in case you want to check something else again. Bone, let's use this to go back to Ariel.
That's a Galactopedia thing, honestly.
So we've done a...
You don't need that information on this map because it would clutter up the map too much. I disagree with Mike on this. I think it's more of a Galactopedia thing. That if you wanted it, you would click on it and then it would open up a Galactopedia entry for it. That would make a little bit more sense.
A lot of exploring. I think it's time that we head back. We could do this by selecting Orison from the list, but we also have our own marker that we can take advantage of here. The eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed that the player marker clamps to the edge of the map, keeping it visible to you no matter how far away you go. To get back to our position, we could double-click that marker, or we could click the first of the navigation buttons to zoom straight there. Now, I'm sure many of you have been wondering if we can go back to our carrot map from the star map, just like how we got here from the carrot map.
Yeah, but if I grab a mission, can I click the text on the associated map location? I don't know. That'd be a good idea. I don't think it would be a difficult addition.
So,
it's not there.
Let's see what happens when we focus on our player marker. Go ahead, Bone.
That's awesome.
All right. So yeah, here's our carrot again. Being able to simply zoom between these map contexts lets you draw meaningful connections between what's...
I think live trade information materials should be a separate entry. It should be another app in the game, because like can Google Maps show you live information on your phone? Show you live information about the history of a building that you're next to? No, it might give you a hyperlink to it, but not on the map itself. So they definitely need to have different apps for it, because clutter is a thing, and the map would get far too cluttered with just different information. It'd be an overload. So
what's on the ground and what's in the skies like never before. Bone?
Said to someone who has slowly moved over to Star Citizen last month. Is that true? Probably over the last couple of months. Yeah, that sounds about right. Based off the monthly reports, that does check out.
Just for fun, let's zoom all the way back out so we can see the entire Stanton solar system. It's just so cool to watch the verse open up before our eyes. With all these new possibilities for moving around the star map, you should never find yourself lost again. The controls are so much smoother and easier to use than the star map you're all used to, as I hope Bone agrees. Knowing that what we've shown here today is just the beginning for the upgraded star map. You saw pinning in the local map, and we'll add this to the star map before you get it. Just imagine being able to mark something interesting you find out there in the verse, and then sharing that location with friends, just like Zane said. Exploration is about to get a lot more interesting, and we're doing everything we can to ensure the star map is your brightest window to the stars yet.
That's great.
And now, let's welcome our intrepid demo driver, Bone, back to the stage.
I don't see you doing like little blurbs like that, because they have an entire Galactopedia for that. They have other things for that as well. Like they have other apps they can do. Like the Elite Dangerous map is different from the Star Citizen map. Like you couldn't do that here as the same way you could do it on the Elite Dangerous map, because of the way that it's nested in the Elite Dangerous map. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree with you. Cross-reference, being able to click a link on the Galactopedia where it says like Crusader, you click it and it'll bring you to, give you an option to get to the map. Those kind of things would happen. That's more of a down the road sort of thing.
Thanks a lot.
We're almost done. We got about a couple minutes.
So we're really, really excited about getting all these features into your hands of the players of Star Citizen and Squadron 42. We know they're going to make a huge difference to the way you make your way around the universe. So let's just quickly review what we've seen. We've rebuilt the visor display to give you a better understanding of the environment around you. With the new minimap, with the integrated radar and ping, and it will help you find your way around. There's a new MobiGlas coming with its sleek new design. We're improving all the existing apps, and we're going to develop some new ones too along the way. So we've got a video now. And then there's our interior map technology, which will truly help you understand your surroundings. Better awareness of your surroundings and threats, exploring new mapping new areas, pinning locations for later and sharing these with your friends. Or the Idris. That looks great.
Yeah, data running is in this one, yeah. I'm still high on opium. It's pretty good.
Horizon?
It's because it's attenuation. So like there's like it's attenuating the noise in the background.
Our entirely new integrated Starmap, with its new interface and, let's face it, a much needed refresh to the user experience. No more getting lost. A whole new perspective. With all these upcoming features, where will you explore today? Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you, Bone. Star Engine. See, they replaced the Lumberyard engine, and now it just says Star Engine on there. They've done it. They've done it, chat. It has begun. All right, so I'm finally caught up with CIG's release schedule. That was good. That was very, very. Now that I've seen both of those back to back, I get why people were super fucking hyped. They're just like, yeah, this looks fine, whatever. But now I'm looking at it, I'm like, that looks good. That looks very good. Bone will return. Was that your favorite panel? No, I think I think so far the engine one is my favorite, but this one's not bad. I like the new MobiGlas. I like all of that stuff. It all looks good. And I understand when people want little blurbs. I just think that I'm worried about clutter in terms of UI clutter, because most people don't give a shit about Daymar. They just know they got to go to Daymar. But if you have a Daymar and you have a link to Galactopedia, or some little blurb about like other links, maybe little buttons that you can press on when you click on the moon itself, that'll take you to the different apps, that would work a little bit better. Something that's just simple and easy to do, like the little Galactopedia logo, or like a trade logo, so you can click there and it'll take you to those screens where you can see them. What was your favorite feature at CitizenCon? My favorite feature, I mean, it's Squadron 42 stuff, but I haven't seen that showcase yet, so I don't know. Amazon basically handed over Lumberyard's development to the Linux. Someone said Linux, but it's called the Open 3D Engine. It's Amazon's Open 3D Engine now is what it's called, because it's now an open development. So that's why CIG has Star Engine. It basically dropped. The only thing they have with Lumberyard is the fact that they use the background. They use the AWS servers, so. No, I mean that map is fine for Squadron, which is what it's designed for. It needs to be updated a little bit for Star Citizen, but I don't think it's that much. It needs it that much. Minimum viable product is pretty much there. What would you need? What do you need to have for what do you think for MVP to get that up there? He's got done playing some New World. That game looks pretty. Runs on Lumberyard. Yeah, Star Citizen runs on the same engine, effectively, but it's its own. It has its own renderer and everything, stuff like that. So, new drug room tutorial with maps. Yeah, I can start doing those again. It was good to meet you too. I slept on the line. Links, maps, procedurally. I don't think you need the links. Maps and procedurally generated terrain. They kind of already do that, I think. It already does the live update, and then nav meshes. They already have nav meshes for like NPCs. They already have nav meshes for NPCs. Will Star Engine be leased sold to other developers? It's hard to tell. They haven't said anything specifically. I didn't ask though I'm sure other people did ask devs, and I'm sure they didn't, that. Not on planets. I thought it updates with the scanning stuff. I didn't cry, but I was very hyped for the Squad 42 stuff. But by Star Citizen, what is there to do now? Well, yeah, there's a lot to do, but I always want to emphasize this because I'm going to wrap it up here. That Star Citizen is a game in development, and it is still very much a dream rather than a reality. It's getting more and more real with every patch, but it is still very, very buggy. It still has many problems. It's not optimized. It crashes a lot. There's some patches that do better than others. It's not a game I would play as a game yet, but it does have a lot of promise, and there's a lot of updates they do frequently, but it's not very like that kind of stuff. When's the next update? 3.21.1, which will probably be on the 30th. No, that's the preview. There's a preview on the 31st. But yeah. Nav meshes will create the ability to keep those paths predicted on the map. They already have nav meshes for those procedure generated trains, though. Like, they already exist for NPCs. They can just piggyback on that. You wait for Squad 42? All right, that might be a good idea. It's going to be a while before Squad 42 comes out, though. At the earliest, the CIG has not told us a date at all for the release. Still, a lot of people are thinking that it might come out the end of next year. I personally don't think it's going to come out until 2025, so it might be some time. But if you really want to try Star Citizen, CIG does do free flights where you can play the game for free. All you need is an account, which is free. You don't even have to put your credit card in or anything. Every so often, the next one's going to come out in November. So, Wise, if you're interested in it, mark like around Thanksgiving to come back, and that's when you can try it out. But putting in the map isn't there. I don't think it's going to be that complicated, though. They already have the technology. The pieces are there. They have to put it all together for an MVP. Yeah, I don't think it's a long way, though. I think that's pretty short. Squad 42 did look really cool. Yeah, no. If you can handle the absolute garbage fest that is IAE, then you can handle the game. It is the worst performance you will ever have for Star Citizen is those major events, because it's basically a stress test. That's why they do them a lot, because they want as many people as possible slamming into the servers with their foreheads and with other random blunt instruments to see if it can break. And it's gotten better overall. Like, the last free flight we had was much better than we've had in the past, so. Hopefully see server meshing soonish. I mean, did you not see the demo on server meshing? They showed it off at CitizenCon. We just saw it on the video. Yeah, it was 30 minutes of it, yeah. It is literal, like, dark magic. They even say it's dark magic. Some voodoo shit they do with that. You said Pyro was a mess. It was jagged. It was, the NPCs were walking all over the place. There was like they weren't like, they were pretty typical Star Citizen NPCs. There was a lot of glitching and hiccups, but it was no more of a mess than Star Citizen is. It was the current build, but in Pyro. It might have just been my experience is different than his. Wizardry talk is such cringe. I'm still going to talk about it because I am cringe, therefore I am free. Maybe worth trying Free Fly to play Arena Commander instead of PU. It's more stable and give you a taste of the combat. AC doesn't have bounty mining, hauling, salvaging gameplay, but does have PvP and PvE gameplay. Yeah. It's just a meme. It's a meme way of explaining it. The Radar Echo. It's impressive technology, but the stuff that they do with it is not stuff that you see typically done in gaming, and that's why it looks fucking ridiculous. Because you know how many Radar Echo, you know as well as I do, how many people are like, this is impossible. You're never gonna get this done. So it's like, yeah, what? They should get invitations to Hogwarts, though, Radar. They should. And they should get cool star hats. You should buy them cool star hats. It's funny. Red robes with cog patterns, exactly. What house would start of dark magic? Would they? Yeah, they should. That way you can see them, because they usually hide in the darkness, very dimly lit rooms, over air conditioned. Question: what is your preferred profession? Gameplay in Star Citizen, looting, exploring for artifacts, being an entrepreneur. A free market entrepreneur with no limits. That is my preferred gameplay loop. No, you're probably gonna be this stuff. I like being the I know a guy. I am that guy. That's what it is. Oh yeah, it was super dense. I was running into the doors as well, so they had to put signs on it that said this is a door. But to Radar Echo, to answer your question, I have a quote which is important. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And there you go. So how are we supposed to go back to 3.21 after the show? I mean, you can, but you don't have to. Hey, am I wrong? Where are my space cows? Yeah. None of those were mocked up for 2-minute demonstrations. Almost all of those were pulled straight from Squadron 42. Like, all of this stuff is Squadron 42 stuff. All of the stuff we've seen so far in the videos, the engine stuff, the UI stuff, all of that is Squadron 42 tech. Loving fan. I was about to call it a night. We're gonna do a double raid because I'm getting really tired. No, not what we're using. Feature complete, not content complete. Oh, how you doing, the Loving fan? How was TwitchCon? I've heard it felt better. People felt better, but also fucking hated Vegas. And my only thought is, yes, that's why I didn't go, because fuck Vegas. No offense to people who live in Vegas. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Vegas. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a real dance. I'll do it again. don't even need the music really. But I'm a dancing machine. And I can dance. I'm fat, so it's harder for me to do so. I gotta lose weight so I can dance more. Silent dancing. It was great. I hate it here. You're from Vegas, Loving Fen? You know what I mean, though. You know what I mean. I know lots of people who live in Vegas, and it's great. But you know exactly what I mean when I say I hate Vegas. It's like when I say I hate 6th Street and Rainy. I don't hate Alston, but I do hate 6th Street and Rainy. All right. Well, you came in at the right time. We're going to be bouncing over to somebody else. But for those of you who just came in, welcome. My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We have a good one for you. Well, unfortunately, we're ending the show, but we are going every day for the next week or so. We're going to be streaming the new videos that CIG comes out with that are from CitizenCon. It was an amazing event with all the stuff we got to see. So. Yeah, you'll definitely see right here, Pyro 2 is where the bar is. Thanks for the replies. Channeling the warp. Where's the guy out? So bed for time for me. Good night there, Steven. I'm going to head to bed too as well because it's kind of late. Let me find someone to raid. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow around the same time, around 8 p.m. Eastern. Try to be 8 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. Let's see if we can find someone to raid. KG streaming. We can go raid KG. I'm trying to think of anybody else. Marcus is streaming too, but I haven't raided KG in a while, so let's go raid KG. KG is going to be on the...
you could do it solo. Just make sure you're geared, because the first mission...
Because KG is going to be on the 24-hour captain's table next week, so... Where's my bar overlay? Oh, it's in the other thing. This is the office hours. So this is a little bit different. All right, y'all. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out.